birthday of some scientist, was it?
No,
I don't recall.
No, it was July something.
Just let
Which
Did
was
you
a
start
variable.
already?
Yeah. Sorry.
Timer will be a couple seconds off.
Alright, well, that's fine. I'm letting the FMV play for a little bit to make up for it. So, I guess, while I have the time to talk about it, because once the game starts, there's a lot to talk about between the technical portions. So let's begin with the most basic thing, which is the general plan of the speedrun. So this is an any % speedrun of FFT, which means that we have access to every available class and every available ability. So what we're going to aim for is to set Ramza up as a magic user with the mass skill ability. The mass skill ability, in case you're wondering what it does, because you've never played FFT or you've never accessed it, it allows you to select 2 different parameters, and all targets that match those parameters will be targeted by whatever spell you select. There's no charge time, no range tolerance, no MP cost, so it's extremely powerful. And the reason we will be using that is because for several maps that require you to route the enemy, by having mass skill available, we can instantly take care of all the enemies, sometimes in a single turn, which is the optimal way to go. So to set up Ramza as a calculator, in the North American version, he must be a level 4 wizard, a level 4 priest, a level 3 time mage, and a level 3 oracle. So during the majority of Chapter 1, for the first at least 5 or 6 levels, we are actually going to have to grind up those classes. But I'm going to be using certain trapping formations on the enemies to set up the grinding as quickly and efficiently as possible. So that's the general plan of what's going to happen. The one glitch that I will be using, which I'll talk about now, is called the JP scroll glitch. And what that does is when you learn an ability and you page scroll to another ability that you cannot buy because the cost is too high, you'll underflow your JP score, and basically the game kind of goes bleh and gives you infinite amounts of JP. So by doing that, we'll be able to access a lot of abilities very quickly. But even if you do the JP scroll glitch, the interesting thing is it doesn't count towards your job level, which is why we must still grind for those classes. The worst part about running this game was actually the first 3 levels. Let's talk a bit about this. So at the very beginning of this fight, Gaffgarion can either go left or he can go right, completely depending on what the compatibility of the archers are. So in this case, he went left, which is optimal. Now, when I get my turn as Ramza, or Yuzamagoose in this case, we are going to have to access the options menu, and I'm going to set a bunch of things, which basically is going to speed up the time, which includes text scrolling, ability names, effect names, and I don't think that has to be turned off. Alright. So once all that is set, I'm going to move Ramza beside Gaffgarion. And the rest of this is pretty much all in my control. In this map, there's 6 player units and 5 enemy units, but the only character I can control is Ramza, so there's not a lot that I can do. The biggest thing I have to worry about is actually a couple of factors. The first is what Rad has as secondary, because Rad having any secondary that does not let him do damage is very bad, especially if he has blind, because he apparently thinks it's the greatest option in the world. And he's going to walk around the map trying to blind everybody, which is a massive waste of time. The other thing I have to worry about is what happens if a unit hits critical. Ideally, in this fight, you actually want people to die instead of just being left alive with a few HP. Because if the enemies, if your allies have secondary abilities such as item or white magic, they will begin using those and they don't heal for a lot, and it wastes a lot of time. There's nothing worse than watching Gaffgarion walk around trying to use Cure 2 on your units instead of hitting people with Night Sword. Alright. I'm going to talk a little bit about speed and CT as well, just to get people familiar with what I refer to. So in this game, in order to get your turn, every single time the internal clock in the game rolls forward by 1 unit, all units in the game gain a CT value equivalent to what their speed is. So the way the speed stat works is it's completely linear, which means that a unit with 6 speed will be double turned by a unit with 12 speed, and a unit with, say, 8 speed will be like 1.25 times faster than a unit with 6 speed. This is important to remember, and another important thing to add on to it is that depending on what you do during your turn, if you move and act, for example, you use up residual CT. Basically what happens is when you decide to perform an action, the game will use up your residual CT, which is always 40. If you basically move and you don't act, or you act and you don't move, then you use up only 20 residual CT, whereas if you only wait, then you use up 0 residual CT, and you begin your next turn with 40 additional CT. This basically sometimes will allow you to get a second turn before some of your enemies, which is useful because sometimes your enemies will move forward and put themselves into a position that allows us to hit them when otherwise we would not be able to. Another important rule about speed is the way that tie breaks work in this game. So, generally speaking, without getting into too technical of a detail, the general rule for how the speed break works is that it will always go in favor of the enemies first. In favor of your allies first, and then your enemies, and then your player characters. And then the tiebreak between your player characters is dependent on the formation that you set up, which I think it differs for every map. So this is going to be important to remember, because sometimes I will change up my speed so that I can force the enemy to go first, which might isolate them into certain positions and allow me to target them with mass skill. And with that, Orbon's done. Not too bad of a start, because thankfully I didn't see too many bad secondaries go off.
We have a $50 donation from Chester. Hey everyone, sorry I couldn't make it this year. Good luck to Tide. I had wanted to snipe Rams's name, but it got a tad too pricey. Thanks for all the donations. Therefore, I would like to repeat my donation from last year's Crystals for Life and name Benjamin Chester in Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Keep up the great work, everyone.
Alright, so there's a bit of the story background that's going on here. So, the story between Final Fantasy Tactics is that in the history of Ivalice, what people believe is that Delita is basically the prosperous king. But Alazam Dure, who's a historian, has discovered the Dure papers, and basically during the course of the game, he's actually reading through the Dure papers and discover what happens. Use Almagus Beyuv has been written into history as a heretic, which people have forgotten. So this is kind of the Dure papers, which reveals what Use Almagus Beyuv has done during the course of history.
It's a great name.
It is a great name. It's a mouthful too. Use Almagus. Can't wait until we get to the heretic lines. Heretic, use Almagus.
We have a $5 donation from Anonymous without a comment, and a $100 donation from Anonymous with no comment.
Nice. Thank you, thank you.
Donation.
We all appreciate it here. Alright, so I guess while I have the time, let's talk a little bit about Garland. Garland is a huge mess. It's one of the hardest levels to execute properly during the speedrun. Like, if you thought Orbon was bad, this gets worse. So, what has to happen during Orbon is, in order to efficiently get Ramza up to our endgame plan, he needs to first reach 200 Squire JP in this level, which will open up game JP up for him. This will speed up the grinding for all subsequent future fights, so it's a worthwhile investment. Meanwhile, I'll have one female chemist, and that female chemist hopefully will have high starting JP pools in the chemist class, and hopefully she will have high faith. So basically every single time you get a new class for a character in this game, the game will randomly roll an amount of JP anywhere between a value of, I believe it's 100 and 199. So optimally you have high JP. 150 or above is generally considered good. But anything below is below average, and obviously if you have like 100, then it's very bad. So I don't have any control over this, so this is all RNG at this point. $58. That's slightly above average, so we will live. The way Faith works in this game is it's a magic modifier. The higher your faith stat, the more magic you'll do, but in reverse, you'll also take more damage. Since our plan is basically to hit things as hard as we can and not take damage, having a high faith score is generally much more useful than a low faith score. Low faith score generally, for the purposes of an NA% run, is pretty bad. Also, I should talk about star signs as well. So instead of a random number variance that you see in most RPGs, FFT uses what's called a zodiac system. So you'll see beside every character name, there's actually a star sign. And that star sign determines how much damage they do to other characters of the other different star signs. For the purposes of this run, Ramza must be a Capricorn, which means that he will have the best compatibility with female Cancer units, but worst compatibility with male Cancer units. And worst compatibility is very bad because it's effectively a 50% damage modifier, so your damage gets cut in half. Let's see if I have Throwstone. So we're using this formation, and this is important because Ramza and Delita, if this front squire is not a sign where they can both do decent amounts of damage, will require some assistance in order for him to die. And you really want him to die as soon as you can. See, Ramza's damage is effectively cut in half there. Normally I would use that turn to hit Delita, but I really want the damage to guarantee the kill on the front squire. Nice, 9 damage, right? Alright, he's dead. Just for reference, Ramza's other good compatibility targets are Taurus and Virgo. If he has good compatibility, he'll do 25% more damage. His bad compatibility is with Libra, and I believe it's Aries. And he'll only do 75% of the damage.
Just a reminder, we have some donation incentives coming up for Final Fantasy Tactics. There's still save or kill Boko, the Chocobo. Currently, save is at $110 and kills at $15. So if you want to
Nice.
kill the Chocobo, you'll have to get your donations in. And for the next game, Tales of Xillia, we have costume theme and story choice.
So see, this is the worst part about Garland. I haven't checked what Ramza's JP Poet is yet, but I already have most of the enemy units dead. So, even if I can possibly get a very fast kill on the remaining enemies, I may not be able to take advantage of it, especially if Ramza does not have the adequate JP.
We have a $16 donation from VidGK. First donation of many. Going to try and stay up for the Xillia run. Keep up the good work. And we have a $1 donation from Silver Fire. Little money.
Little money. Little money.
So you may notice Tide is beating up his own units. If you've never played this game before, this game doesn't care if you hit your own units, it still gives you experience for them.
Yes, actually, as long as you perform an action that changes the status quo of the battle, the game will reward you with experience and job points. So in this case, I'm doing what I can to get as much experience and job points for Ramza. He started with pretty low Squire JP, which is unfortunate. On the other hand, my female chemist is pretty decent. Not in terms of stats, but I should go here. But in terms of the JP pools. So I killed Delita for a reason, because otherwise he'll get in my way of trying to kill people and beating up my own units, and he'll waste time. So I want him dead. I'm gonna remove the chemist's dagger so that he can punch people. The other thing I haven't talked about, but it's probably pretty important to know, is that every single time you perform an action in this game where you get experience in JP, other characters in the battle party will also gain JP towards that particular class. So this is particularly useful because we're never actually going to turn Ramza into a chemist. He's actually going to get all his JP from spillover, which is a term we use for basically job points that are earned while you're not in your native class. Alright, see, even though I have this battle pretty much under wraps, I have to keep it going because I must get Rams up to 200 GP. She's there. It's bad. I just need to make sure I'm performing an action with Rams every single time I can. So when you pick up a crystal left behind by an enemy who's been dead for longer than 3 turns, you have the option to instantly recover all all HP and EXP. Oh god. In this case, we're going to always go for that option versus learning abilities from crystals because we don't need those abilities. We already know which abilities we're going to want. Good. Be bad if you crit. Alright, and that's Garland. I estimate probably that was about 16 to 18 minutes. Ramza having bad starting score at JP is unfortunate, but it's much better than if he has low starting chemist JP, because if he has low starting chemist JP, you have to get that all from spillover, which takes even longer. Alright, so sometimes from the movement on the overworld, I'll use the move command, because in some cases, because I have to move the cursor for farther distance, that will cost more time than the inputs just from the move command. I won't do this all the time, because sometimes getting to the proper move command takes a while, and if I input the wrong move command, then that's even worse, because I have to watch Rams ahead all the way there. So we get to find out a little bit about Use Elmagoose's family history here. So he has 2 brothers and a younger sister. So in this case, his elder brothers are Dystarg, including Dystarg's elder brother, his shadow, and Zalbag. And his younger sister is named Alma. An important note, if you're paying attention to thematics in the story, Balbanes, who is Use Elmagoose's father, has actually fathered Dystarg and Zalbag with his original wife, and then he had, I guess, either an affair or he had some other sort of tryst with a more common person, I believe. And Ramza and Alma are actually from his tryst, so to speak. So in the course of FFT, Ramza is actually a part of my language. He is an actual bastard. So if you want to pay attention to thematics, this is pretty important to note. Because as you will find out, Ramza's the good son, whereas his brothers are not so good. Alright, this is the most complicated menu in the game, so pardon me a second, I have to make sure I do this correctly.
So what you saw right there is if you select a spell that's available and then while you have the dialogue up to confirm, if you scroll the menu, you actually end up causing the game to give you a metric ton of JP, which lets you learn whatever you need from that class.
Alright.
Nice little glitch.
Yes. I'm gonna do something different. Normally, we recommend you take female units, but I have a very high faith male unit, so I think I'm gonna use him.
And why is it that female is preferred over male?
Female units have higher magic attack power, which is the primary reason why you want female units, because we're going to be using magic, because they have area effect abilities versus physical attacks are usually single target. Sorry, I need to actually focus on this menu, because it's different every single time, so I have to make sure I do it right. Even though there's a general thing you're doing. You're gonna be my dummy chemist. You're my regular chemist. You're the mage. You gotta be cannon father. Alright, spot check. Good thing. That should be right, but let's check. Alright, good. I'm gonna save, even though I don't think I need to. Just because these grind fights take quite a while, so I don't want to restart if I screw up something. Okay, so I'm gonna explain basically what I did in that menu. First of all, I had to learn gain JP up, which I already talked about. Then I scrolled item to learn recovery stuff, which is mainly for backup purposes. In the ideal world, if everything goes according to plan, I actually don't need to use them. But chances are I will run out of MP at some point, either because of enemies having bad compatibility with my wizards or having low faith. Or they might dodge at a 3% chance with the Astucian shield. The other thing I did was I booted some of those units, because they're not very useful for the run. I only need 2 wizards, really. We're bringing a dummy unit here to not only get the kill on Delita, but also to provide more Chemist JP for Ramza, because, again, sometimes he starts with very low Chemist JP, and he only gets it through spillover, which is very bad. So, as a result of this, Delita, he has the clothes and the hat. We also gave Delita defend, which the computer will almost always use. And remember that bit about how residual CT gets used up if you move NX. So what's going to happen is we're going to get a turn before Delita gets a second turn. And I'll be able to kill him, which is important because it sets up a backup for this map. The other thing I did was I had to give the battle boots to the wizard because we need to knock out these enemies quickly. And with the battle boots, the wizard will be able to reach them much faster than if she did not have them. So, now that we're actually on this battle, we're going to talk about it too. This is a very troublesome battle if you get bad luck. Fillstone is bad. It puts the enemies out of position. But the worst thing that can potentially happen in this battle is if Al gets killed too early, or he gets crit and he starts running away, because we need him to plug a very specific spot on this map, which will trick the AI later on into getting stuck by his corpse. See, this is why having higher faith is important. Because I was just 1 damage short. Alright, so Ramza is going to get his second turn before Delita gets his, because of the CT weight and the residual CT. Alright, so he's dead. Alex is going to stand right where he's going to move, which we want. And then we're going to kill him, which will ensure his corpse lays in between there. Now, the thing with why this works is because the units in this game, if they're immortal, they will actually not crystallize. So we can effectively use his corpse as kind of a plug, a permanent plug that will stay there. And this is already kind of tricky because there's lots of those stones. See, I already needed to use the ether because I knew I wasn't going to have enough MP for this. Oh shit. Targeted the wrong person. I'm gonna have to try to go for the backup. Nice miss. Alright, now he's gonna run away, which is bad. Because I don't get the plug anymore. Throw stone units are bad for a reason, because they push everything out of order. But I'm gonna knife Algus. This is not a very optimal situation, because I also have to kill that squire in the corner, which means I get to waste more time. Because if enemies are in critical HP in this game, if they realize that they have other allies with them, they will actually just huddle into a corner and run away. Do I have range?
So if we got a bit of time, Tide, do you want to talk about your history with the run or history with the speedrunning of Final Fantasy Tactics?
Sure. I actually just picked this game up very recently. Within the last, I want to say, like 6 months. So, at the time when I was first learning this game, I actually had experience with FFT before I played the game numerous times, but I've never actually done speedruns of it. So, my very first run in this game was not very good. It was like 450 something. Most importantly to note was that I didn't have fastest speed on, and fastest speed saves a lot of time, which is why it's very important that it is properly set up. And hold on, I'm losing my concentration. So over time, it gradually got a little bit better, but at the very beginning, it was not very good. So eventually, around January. That was when I first got my sub 430. And then at that point, I continued to run for a little bit. And I did eventually get a much better run. That was 412.52, which is now my PB. So that's pretty much the extent of what I've done with the game so far. So it's taken a little bit longer to learn this game than I would have wanted, actually. Because originally I wanted to learn the no-math route as well, so I could provide an option for our viewers to have different choices to donate to, because no math run is very different, because we restrict ourselves from using the master option. And I killed that chemist on purpose, that is not a mistake. Ooh. Oh shoot, I'm gonna have screwed up the backup as well. It's not optimal. So probably lose a lot of time here. Yeah, I think I did. Okay. I think the catch would be able to reach me, which I don't want, because that means that the cat might be able to kill my wizard, or my chemist, sorry. So I'm getting my chemist to punch Ramza, because Ramza needs to spill over JP. My wizard, on the other hand, is not going to do anything at this point. So, see, the cat can't reach me. So I messed that up. I was supposed to leave a squire behind, but if the squire has throw stone, the backup doesn't work anyway. I'm just gonna check what Rams's position is. So Rams has a couple goals here. He needs to reach 500 JP to learn both Yell and Accumulate. But that will definitely take a while. In the meantime, he also needs to get punched so that the chemist will give him enough chemist JP, which he has. So now my chemist doesn't have to do anything either. So it's just Ramza that has to perform actions. Hopefully the cat runs away. He's got a knife. See what I can do here. Hopefully I have enough potions left. If not, I will improvise.
So do you want to talk a little about the Claude? And
No.
okay.
I'll talk about him when this is done.
Okay.
I really need to focus because I messed this up. See, now I have to pay attention to where the cat is moving to. Alright, can I hold out for 6 more actions? That's the $1 million question. That's one. It's two. It's three. Four. Uh-oh. Okay, now she lives. It's five. Okay, that's six. Should be good. Yep. I'll use my last potion here. Now I have to kill the cat. Luckily, the cat has 72 faith, so I will be able to kill it with my spells. I don't want to use the high ether because I will probably run out of MP at some other point in one of the other grind levels. Yeah, that's enough. Alright. Mandalia is done. So yes, the first 3 levels are very headache-inducing. Sometimes if the units have Flowstone and they go out of formation, there's not much you can do about that either. So what happened at the end of that grind session is that Ramza now has Yao and he has Accumulate. Accumulate is the fastest action you can perform to basically gain experience in JP. So we'll be using that for basically in all the other job classes for Ramza to get to Calculator as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, I have my other chemist leveled up to Chemist 2. So he should be able to access Wizard. Which means I'll have 2 wizards now. And if not, then, well, I'll have to improvise again. Hopefully that didn't happen. Let's check my menu. Alright, good. Scared myself for a second. Okay, so while this cutscene is playing, I believe you were asking me about the Claude earlier. So the Claude is kind of the pioneer for the FFT runs. I think a very long time ago when FFT was first on SDA from Chester, there wasn't as much interest in running this game, at least not in an RTA style fashion. So the Claude is kind of the one who brought that onto the scene, and he kind of refined basically all the routes, and basically the runners that currently run this game mostly use notes from him, and he has a wealth of knowledge that some of us don't necessarily have, which is very good because he can draw upon stuff that we haven't thought about before. So he's created both the any percent route, the any percent no math route, as well as the ones for the Japanese versions of this game. So he's very knowledgeable. But of course, he is the enemy of the world, and thus cannot win. I'm a goose, please reclaim. WR, by 20 seconds. You are our only hope. So during this particular cutscene, we find out a little bit more about Delita's background as well. So in particular, Delita has a sister. Her name is Teta, or Titra if you're playing the War of the Lion version. And in this particular cutscene, we see that basically the Bayou family has actually adopted the Hyrule siblings. To my understanding, the Hyrules were basically horsekeepers for the Bayou family. So when they died, Balbanes kind of took them under his roof. So Delita is Ramza's best friend, who he considers a brother. And Titra and Alma are, I guess you can say, kind of like sisters. So they go to school together because women during this time, well, more noble ladies should not be fighting. So they're in school and learning various subjects, I assume. But because both Delita and Titra were from commoner background, they're not looked at very highly in the noble world. So in that particular cutscene, Alma just revealed to Ramza that Titra actually gets picked on during their classes because she's a commoner. This will be a recurring theme that happens later on during this particular chapter. Alright, so now that Ramza has, or Yu-Sama-Gu, sorry, has his chemist level 2, we will now be able to scroll different abilities. In particular, Ramza needs to learn a different set of abilities from the other wizards. Bolt 3, Ice, Frog, Death, Flare, Magic Attack. Okay, you are now a wizard. Put on your wizard robe. Scroll wizard. He's going to learn the same thing as the female. So I primarily want female wizards for a couple of reasons. One is the higher magic score, as I already talked about. The other is the fact that male wizards, if they run into another male unit, which is very common because lots of enemies in this game are male, they will actually have a chance to run into worse compatibility. You cannot run into worse compatibility of units of the opposite gender. So having him being a male increases the risk of running into worse compatibility, which is not ideal. Wish I'd done this menu afterwards. Alright, I'm also going to make a save. So every single time you cross a green dot, there's a chance that you'll run into a random encounter. I believe it's 30%. So random encounters are very slow in this game because you have to fight it, you can't run away. So what I do particularly is I'm going to save and basically reload if we run into random encounters so we don't waste time. And let's get set up properly. Let's fit, let's fit, let's fit. Black magic item, black magic item. Do I not have the mithril dagger? I do not. Alright. We should be good. Let's go. So in this particular battle, Rams is going to have to be a priest, and the optimal scenario is that he will be able to learn Holy at the very end of this. We're actually not going to scroll white magic because it's not effective to scroll white magic, actually. Because then when you scroll abilities, the effects of how you scroll the abilities sometimes will differ depending on which abilities you end up scrolling to. And it's not very effective for priest. So we're just going to get Holy because that's the only ability we need anyway. Plus Ramza needs to be level 4 priest, and getting 600 JP is only like one action away after you're at a level 4 priest. So the enemies are going to move into a very particular pattern, which you'll see. And in the ideal world, I should be able to kill them in the formation that they eventually go to, which is the fastest I can possibly set up the grind. Good. So now that Rams has Yell and Accumulate, we'll be using these a lot. Yell increases my base speed by 1. Remember how speed works. So over time, Ramza will eventually be able to double turn his own allies. And Accumulate, as I mentioned, is the fastest action you can perform to get experience and GP. So that's how we're going to be grinding up the rest of the job classes. So now you can see the enemies moved into a very nice cross formation. This is also the reason why we want to use wizards, because wizards can hit area of effect, and they'll be able to hit those cross patterns very, very well.
We have a $30 donation from Zeroma. Hi Tide, hope the run goes well. We're all rooting for you in the depths of IRC. Don't try to rely on Aegis Shield RNG too much.
Thank you, Zer. I appreciate it.
Put this towards Battle Voices and Lunar 2, because why would you play that game without them?
That is a good question. Battle Forces Forever?
And we have an $11 donation from Matrix Aran. Can't let the swimsuits win.
Alright, so the male wizard, as you can see, has paid off with this 74 faith, which is the highest you can get from a allied unit. Oh, nope, that goblin has 4 HP. Alright, I have to kill him afterwards, and I have to kill Algus as well. So, a particular note about the enemies on this map, the cat actually cannot enter water. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill all the enemies and Algus off. So the only people that are going to be left alive is the cat, and then I'm going to stay in the water, which will basically prevent the cat from attacking me. And all people will be able to do is stand there and watch me as I grind to my heart's content. So Ramza is going to yell to 12 first, because you have to spend quite a bit longer in this particular class to get up to your desired job levels. Right. All dead. Perfect. So as you can see, the cat's available targeting area does not include the swamp. So he's stuck there while I do my thing. Alright, now that Rams is at 12 speed, we're going to start accumulating. And you're going to see this a lot. Sometimes people wonder why nobody runs glitchless any %. This is because glitchless any % is basically a lot of what you're about to see, except you do it for 90 minutes instead of, well, 90 minutes. So you basically do it for a lot longer. Because you basically need to pay for those super high expensive spells. Map skill is still the way to go. You see what I mean once we actually start using map skill.
So we have a $10 donation from Gramora. Yeah, the calculator is cool. Yeah, the calculator is cool and all, but I love the dancing. I'm so angry, that there are no dancers that I have to put this $10 towards Big Fat.
Good choice.
And we have a $25 donation from Richard Hawk. Tide, please menu responsibly.
Oh, Richard, you never disappoint me. Alright, so I killed off my own wizards there. This is not a mistake. This is because if Ramza accumulates from this point on, I should be able to get all the job points I need before they crystallize. Rip that cat. And we're done. That's Ouija, and Ramza is now a level 4 priest. Alright, I'm gonna save before Daughter, because there is a potential chance that I can die at Daughter. If I'm very unlucky.
It is a marathon.
It is a marathon, those 3% chances.
So you get that and you perfect luck.
Alright, so now that Ramza's... What am I doing? I can't remove Ramza. I tried! I can't use Elma Goose, it won't let me.
It'd be so bad if you couldn't somehow.
That would be kind of amusing if you could. Alright, Daughter. This is actually a very interesting battle, but it's, I'm gonna use the safer method, which is the one that, I've been sticking with. So, there's actually a nice history progression with this particular battle. Beforehand, you actually needed to get your wizard up to level 2 to get Time Mage open so you can get Float to set up the Float Trap. But eventually, there was a point in time when Claude considered using one of the archers with the bow because the AI in this game does not know how to fire blindly, which is to mean that they will only fire if there's a unit in their targeting area. So with crossbows, you can actually fire blindly, and because they fire in a line, you can actually hit things, even if they stand in your minimum range. So the idea was that you could trap one of these crossbow wizards, and the other wizard, sorry, not crossbow wizard, the crossbow archer, and one of the wizards, or sorry, one of the archers with the fist, will not run around, sometimes doing very random things, which is very unfortunate. But eventually that idea got scrapped because it was very risky. So then there was the safe method of grinding, and eventually we got to where we are now, which is we're going to use a building to help us grind, and using the same logic as tricking the AI because they can't see for longer than a single turn. So at the very start, I'm actually going to take out the archer, because the archer at the very top has a longbow and he can hit my 2 wizards on the ground. And that could potentially be very fatal if something goes badly. So here he goes. He will always target either Delita or Algus because they have no armor, which is very optimal because that means he doesn't target my guys. Good old man. Alright, so now that Ramza gets to go. Wow, right. Probably I'm going with bolt 1, but 2's fine. Alright, so Delita dying there with this strategy is very good, because this leaves only Algus who needs to be killed. Alright, 3% chance. Please don't fail me. Thank God. That'll have been very bad if he missed, because Ramza does not have enough MP for a second Bolt 3. Alright, now the Fist Archer, because he's a poor guy and left his bow at home. Good. I'm actually going to double up here so I can guarantee get the kill on the Archer. Because as you can see, I only have a 97% chance. So there's a chance that he could live, and if he lives, it's very bad. Because he will move out of position. Good. Alright, so now all of the enemies are dead, except for the Fist Archer. Because he's a poor dude and forgot his bow. So he's gonna try and run around and punch my 2 ground wizards. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna trick him into a certain position. And that will make him basically get stuck. That'll be the end of him, because he would just spend time there doing nothing. So I'm provoking him into attack me from the back, which will gladly do so. That wizard doesn't move. Then I'm going to climb on top of this building here. And that should be it. So what happens is the AI can't see past the basically a single turn. So it doesn't realize that it can actually go up the other side of the roof. And it's going to stay here trying to reach Ramza, which he can't because of the height difference. So if you are 3 height higher than or 3 height lower than your opponent, physical attacks or the weapons will not hit. And from here, Ramza gets to do this again. I assure you that by the end of the grind session, you have seen more yellow accumulates than you possibly care to possibly remember. Alright, is that level 3? Yes, sorry, so 8 actions from this point. This tends to be a shorter grind, even though you need to reach level 4, because your wizards are doing so much work. So Ramza tends to get a lot of spillover JP and wizard. To the point where it's, if you finish this battle without getting to level 4 wizard, it's not too big of a deal, because it's still possible for Ramza to hit level 4 wizard from spillover. I believe that's 5, but... Is it? 6.
We have a $5 donation from the Roth. Nyarg! Gamora hype.
Yarg. 8.
Thank you.
7? I can't count. I'm bad at math. Alright, perfect. So now Ramza's at level 4 wizard. I could actually probably have yelled 7 times and then just punched him. So that is Daughter. That went without a hitch, which is good. Because Mandalia didn't go very well. So Zalbeg earlier was subtly trying to hint, nudge, tell Ramza to go investigate. So that's why they crossed the Suiji Woods and into Daughter, where they find this guy. And he's apparently one of the Death Corps soldiers. So Algus is now going to torture him, because Algus is Algus. No one likes him. And he tells us that the rest of the Death Corps group that kidnapped the Marquis, which is what caused you to come all the way to Daughter in the first place, is hiding up in a place called the Sand Rat Cellar. So guess where we're going next?
Home.
Home. Into the Sand Rat Cellar. Alright, so another bit of menuing that needs to be done, and there's some subtle things here. This menu is not too complicated, but most of the menus in Chapter 1 are going to be a little bit more complicated than usual. So I'm going to go to Time Age, because that's where Rams needs to go next, and then we're going to scroll Time Magic. The ideal position is to get to Reflect. And I'm not setting this up correctly. There we go. I'm going to learn Haste 2, learn Don't Move, learn Quick, learn Demi, learn Demi 2, learn MP Switch, Short Charge, Teleport, and Float. I'm also going to scroll Oracle since we're here. Only thing I need from Oracle is Sleep and Petrify. I don't even need those spells really. So I'm going to give those to Ramza. Then I'm going to equip the leader with Battle Boots. This is very important. Best Fit Algus. And I have an extra robe, which I'm going to give to my 74 Faith Wizard, because he does more damage. So I'm just going to take a spot check. Alright, good. And we can start. So the primary worry I have to be concerned about in this level is there's a monk that we're going to try to get stuck. But sometimes he'll have Throwstone. And in case you haven't noticed the pattern, Throwstone is very bad for you, because it causes the enemy's AI to behave in ways that you don't want them to. Instead, he's going to chase me and try to pelt rocks at me. And that wastes a lot of time because I have to watch him move and act, as you can see already from the Panther at Mandalia. So hopefully he doesn't have Throwstone. And if he does, then we'll have to grin and bear it. I placed my wizards in a very specific position. My Higher Faith wizard is going to hit more of the enemy units. He also has the William Rope, so he can cast more spells before we have to use any MP restoring items. Ramza is Teleport, which ignores high elevation and ignores enemy positions, which means that he can pass through them. So what Ramza is going to do at the very start of this fight is he's going to teleport to the top of the roof of that building, which will prevent the enemies from reaching him. But again, if the monk has Throwstone, then this is all for naught, and I have to change things. So by equipping the Battle Boots on the leader, it causes the enemies to line up pretty nicely for this. Although this is a bit of a pattern I haven't seen before. Alright, he does not throw stone. Very good. If he had throw stone, he'll throw one at the leader. That's how I know. So let's talk a little bit about Teleport. Teleport is a movement ability that works depending on how many tiles you're trying to move. If you're trying to move within your movement range, the teleport is 100%. So if I move a 3-move wizard within a 3-move space, the teleport is guaranteed. On the other hand, if I try to move a wizard 4 spaces outside his movement range, for every square that is outside of his movement range, it will decrease by 10%. So this will become important later. Alright, so there's that guy lot. Nice, Mr. 49 Faith. Not very faithful. Ooh, he's a Cancer. Get the leader. So I'm gonna chug an Ether, because I need her to help out with the cleanup. In the ideal world, they'll have all died from the spell casting. But this is not the ideal world, so we're gonna do all this. Alright. I only have Algus left. I believe this is Ramza's 3rd yell. Yep. He's set. Pull Algus. And this is why you need to kill him, because he's going to try and aggro the monk, which we don't want. Because I still need to grind. So instead, I'm going to put a bolt 2 into his face, so he will permanently stay dead. Goodbye, Algus. Now I get to do this again. It's Time Mage level 2.
We have a $5 donation from Anonymous, no comment, and a $20 donation from Damien P, no comment as well. And just a reminder, there's a donation incentive for Final Fantasy Tactics going on right here to kill or save Boko. Boko, I believe, is...
It is Wild Raps Chocobo, yes.
Still way ahead, and I believe that ends at kind of near the beginning of Chapter 2.
Yeah, I would say a good cutoff point to start Chapter 2. So you still have quite a bit of time, actually, because I still need to grind.
What are the donation prizes for this?
Yeah. There's a donation prize for this run, which is an actual copy of the game, Final Fantasy Tactics, and if you get a minimum donation of $5, then you'll have a chance to receive a copy of this game.
Alright, that monk's gonna be able to punch me, but that's fine because I have a P-switch. Oh no, yes, potion, that's even worse. Really?
Thought we were in the
This
clear.
game. This game. It's fine. Now that he's moved, I can reach his side. Because beforehand I had to deal with his evasion. But it does mean he's gonna heal again. Oh no, I double turn him. Goodbye. Alright! That's what all those yells were for. Rams is the master of, Use Elmagoose is the master of yelling con. Just yell con a lot and you overpower all your enemies. So with the time age down, the only class left for Ramza before he reaches Calculator is Oracle. Now, if I was doing a standard RTA or PB attempt, what I would do is I would actually move directly to Egros to progress the story, and then head all the way to Thieves Fort. And if I get into a random encounter at any point, I will fight it. If I don't, then I'll fight at Thieves Fort to get Oracle to level 3. But, because this is a marathon, I'm actually to purposely force an encounter, even if I don't get one, because grinding at Thieves Fort is extremely dangerous. The Thieves may randomly know Steel Heart, the Back Priest may randomly know Black Magic, and if the Back Priest has high faith, then she becomes a very dangerous unit, because she can take out your wizards. If the Thieves charm one of your wizards, unless your turns are staggered properly, you pretty much lose, because your own wizards will start targeting spells onto you, which means that you're going to die very horribly, because you have very high faith as well. So instead, we're going to force an encounter at Mandalia. I'm going to remove teleport, because teleport actually slows me down when I move. I don't think I really need to do that, but let's do it anyway. Alright, so even though I want to grind from an optimal position. The way random battles are determined in this game determines on the direction from which you're coming from. I do not want to be approaching Mandalia from the left of Egros, basically. So basically coming from this side is not very ideal. I want to approach it from where the Suiji side is. I also don't want to approach it from the Thieves Fort side, even if I could access it, because the formations that those two battles give in particular are not very good. But now that I made it to Egros, if I get into a random battle from the right-hand side, I guess, or the left-hand side of Egros, as I was saying, then I will fight it. It's not worth my time to reset and try to settle for a better formation. So you noticed earlier I learned Sleep. Sleep is very effective for grinding an Oracle, but it's very dependent on what the enemy's faith and compatibility are. If I was grinding a Thieves Fort, I would actually have to sleep Maluda and then grind up to Oracle. During a practice run, I actually missed 3 sleeps in a row. The sleeps have an 88% chance of hitting. So, I mean, even though the chance of that is not very likely, I'm not going to risk it, because it has happened. Alright. this is the better position, so I'm going to force fights here. Oh, perfect. Sometimes you have to wait a while. Yeah, alright. So sometimes during the battles, you see the weather conditions will change. In particular, right now I have Thunder Rods, which already power up my lightning magic. If there's a heavy rainstorm that's occurring, my lightning magic will actually increase by a further 25%. So lightning magic is very good in this game, not only because of the strengthening properties, but a lot of the enemies in this game are actually either neutral to it or weak to it. More enemies are actually weak to it. Sorry, not weak, are neutral to it actually, which makes it a very superior element to target. And this random battle can occasionally have more than 2 or 3 enemies, which will not be very good. But in this case, I think we only have that 1. Or 3, sorry, which is pretty decent. Alright, they both have high faith, which is good, because I can take my choice of which one I want to put to sleep. And with that, we begin this process again, which you've already seen. I assure you, this is done so that I can reach Calculator as quickly as I can. I'm not doing this just because I purposely can and I feel like doing it. I'm gonna wait for the enemies to kind of approach me first before I move. Ideally, I want to go directly after the enemies, which will allow me to get a jump on them with my spells. Alright, he's Aries, so he has bad compatibility with Ramza. So I'll probably have to put the goblin to sleep, because the goblin's neutral. Alright, here he comes. No crit, please. Thank you. Let's see. 65, 85. See how much of a difference compatibility makes.
We have a $25 donation from Gatewalker. Gotta get a donation in during Tide's run. Always cool to see you at a marathon, man. This goes to killing Boko. Gotta kill that Chocobo now so you can resurrect as the Demon Chocobo in Final Fantasy VI. That's how this works, right?
Thank you, Gate. Alright, so now that he's asleep, I get to accumulate to my heart's content.
So sleep is indefinite until it's broken.
No, sleep has a counter, I believe it's 39 clock ticks, which is a very long time in this game. Also, if you hit something with a physical attack while they're asleep, they actually take 25% more damage. But because Rams has a rod, rods don't have very high weapon power, so he actually doesn't do a lot of damage with the rod, even though I've been accumulating. I should kill him, just in case. Bam, alright. So as you can see when I was just checking the menu there very quickly, Ramza now has the Calculator class open. So I wonder what we're going to do next. Reset? Well, hopefully that doesn't happen. I will save though, because I messed this grind up before. And it'll be very, very bad if I mess this up. So Ramza is now going to enter the Calculator class. And while he's in the Calculator class, he's actually extremely vulnerable. Because calculators, for those that are not familiar with FFT, while they have an extremely broken skill set, they are saddled with extremely bad base stats. In particular, their speed has a 50% modifier, which means they only get half the turns normal units get. So I have to protect Ramza until all the other enemies are near dead, at which point he will yell Khan a gazillion times, and then accumulate a gazillion times, and then he'll become Captain Falcon and punch out a goblin, and become the Mad Magician of Doom.
Good speed game.
Yep. It's excellent. If you think these battles take very long, well, once we get math skill, you'll see what happens. 45 is not very good. This one's 73, so I will double bolt one him. Actually, single bolt one might kill him. Yeah. Ooh, 48 faith. Wow, all these low faith units. Alright.
I was actually reminded by chat earlier that the reason why December 25th was chosen as the birthday for Ramza is that is Isaac Newton's birthday.
Ah, I see. That's very cool.
And because Isaac Newton is a famous mathematician.
Yes, I thought it was just because it was Christmas.
That's what it was. I remember the donation came. I just forgot exactly what it was.
Ooh, actually, that might have been a mistake. Depends how much HP that the Chocobo has left. Alright, single turn. Oh, I can kill it. Alright, I'm good. Because if you deal more than 50% of the target's HP and they get healed, they'll run away and heal, and I don't want that to happen. Can I one-shot? I can indeed one-shot this guy. So we will do that. Alright, so now that there's only one enemy left, my wizards have served their purpose. So we will bid adieu to them. Time to commit seppuku. And this is done on purpose, because once Ramza has math skill set up, he does not need any other support units until very late. So goodbye. And I'm going to use a particular trick to get the goblin stuck again, which will help set up this grind, which is the longest grind that I have to do, but it's done for a very specific reason, and I'll get more in depth into it once everything is set up. But basically, Ramza not only has to grind for JP for once, he will actually also need to grind for EXP. The goal of this grind is to get Ramza to level 21.9. This will ensure that by the time he hits Gaffgarion, he'll be level 24, I think? Level 23, sorry. Which will give him an extra speed point when he's a priest. This will give him 9 speed with the Green Beret, which means that he will actually be able to take a turn before everybody else acts. And this will become very important. So, I actually cannot do this infinitely, despite what it looks like, I know, because we've been doing this for a while. I can only yell up to 47 times and accumulate 97 times. This number is basically dependent on what my starting numbers are, because I can only yell and accumulate up to the maximum value. At that point, the action doesn't change status quo, so I will no longer get experience and JP from it. So the optimal level to enter this grind in is at level 10.5. Because you're going to yell to 20 speed, which is 17 times, and then you're going to accumulate 97 times. In the event where you're not at level 10.5 and you're actually lower, then you want to yell a couple additional times so you get extra speed, which means you take extra turns before the goblin gets to go. You can also gamble if you want to, because again, 21.9 assumes that you have perfect luck, get lots of 1 rounds, which generally doesn't happen. So, kind of play that off by ear what you want to do. If you expect that you'll get extra map turns, which is very likely, then you don't actually have to yell to 21.9. And you can save yourself a couple of those yells if you've already hit the cap. So I believe that's 18. 19. 20. Alright, so now Ramza is going to sit there and accumulate. And he's going to prepare a Kamehameha.
We have a $5 donation from I There.
Nice.
Yo, I'm salty. But only because mental illness has affected too many people. So take this small token of my appreciation, as well as a shout out to my boy Tide.
Thank you, Either. May the salt forever stop following you in Salt Ocean 3. We will sub 3 eventually one day. I have faith in you.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. Good speedrunner.
Okay, so as you can see, Ramza at this point is taking 3 turns to the Goblins 1. And again, this just goes back to the way how CT works. Because at 20 speed, and he's acting, Ramza actually has a 20 residual CT. So if you think about it, his CT actually fills up when it reaches 80. The Goblin is only standing there, so his CT fills up when it's at 6. He actually only has to have 60 units before he gets his turn. The Goblin has 5 speed, Ramza has effectively 20 speed. So 60 divided by 5 is 12, and 80 divided by 20 is 4. This is why Ramza effectively gets 3 turns for every one of the Goblins. There may be some other combination that makes it more worthwhile to either yell a bit more, but for the most part, in order to get the next tier, which is to get 4 turns before the Goblins win, you can pretty much do the math. I think it takes like 10 extra yells or something, which is not very, very in the way, so to speak. And you don't need all the turns. This is usually enough. So while I'm doing this, let me explain a bit about what we're going to do with math skill and why it will become so broken. So, I've already mentioned about speed several times. The goal of this, at the end of the screen, is to get Ramza to 21.9, as I mentioned. When Ramza hits level 18, he will actually gain a single speed point, which is his natural speed, speed growth, which means that he will be 7 speed by the time this grind is done. At 7 speed, in order to get to 100 CT, you have to wait for 15 clock ticks. So, if you think about this logically, because Ramza needs to get his turn in 15 clock ticks, all the enemies' turns must also be divisible by numerators of factors of 15. So in this case, CT3 and CT5 will hit all the enemies on the field. But because Ramza's CT is truncated at 100 CT, the CT that overflows from being at 7 speed actually goes toward his next turn. Using CT5 means that you will hit Ramza, and because we are doing a RTA speedrun of this game, I cannot afford to have Ramza hit himself, because he will kill himself every single time he actually hits himself. So this is very dangerous, and why, despite the fact that I have MP switch, I will not tempt fate. It's a 29% chance for MP switch to fail, and if I have to do that across multiple levels, I assure you, sooner or later it's going to fail once. So instead, we are going to use CT3, which will hit all the enemies. And the speed variables that I will set Ramza to all basically allow me to use CT3. So at 9 speed, Ramza will gain his turn in 12 clock ticks, and at 12 speed, Ramza will gain his turn in 9 clock ticks. So again, the same logic applies. Because Ramza is getting his turn in a number divisible by 3, all the enemies' turns must also be divisible by 3. This is how I'm able to effectively hit all the enemies on the field. For assassination battles, the general strategy is going to be find some sort of variable that minimizes the number of targets that I can hit, because I only have to kill 1 unit. And thankfully, there's a couple of ways of doing this. One of them is level. All the bosses in this game have preset levels. Another is height, because all the enemies will have preset destinations where they're going to start at the very beginning of the map. So, if I can single them out with either level or height, that's preferable. If not, I will try to manipulate my CT in some way so I can use some CT variable to hit them and isolate them out. I also will learn experience, even though all the enemies' experience in this game is randomized, because experience allows me to pick off stragglers in the situation. The opening salvo of my CT3, whatever spell, does not kill all the enemies. Talk a little bit about the spells I've learned as well. So you've already seen both 3. I've also learned Flare and I used Holy. These are the 3 primary spells we're going to be using for the majority of the run. Each of them kind of has their own strengths and weaknesses. Bolt 3 is the fastest in animation, but it's lightning elemental, so it's the most easily to stop. As well, it's also the weakest of all the spells, so it will very, very quickly get outclassed and obsoleted. At which point, when Ramza, especially since he has to switch classes at Chapter 2, have to use something stronger, which is where Flare comes in. Flare is kind of a little bit more of the in-between. It's slower than Bolt 3, faster than Holy. It's stronger than Bolt 3, but not stronger than Holy. Holy, which is the last spell we learned, is kind of the granddaddy of the spells. It's the strongest spell we can learn, but it's also the longest. However, it also has a very important property, which is it ignores evasion. So, when enemies start getting more and more magic evasion, Holy becomes more and more relevant. And when those times come, that's when I will have to use Holy. So we're almost done. This is 21.8, 21.9. Alright, Falcon Punch.
Boom.
And he's dead. So, you'll notice, as I mentioned, Ramza needed to grind for experience. He's gonna have about 4,000 calculated JP, which is more than what he needs to learn all the active abilities in that set.
So I'd like to remind you that there's a donation or a prize for this Final Fantasy Tactics. If you donate a minimum of $5 during this run, you can obtain a copy of the game. And there's a donation incentive coming up soon. Kill or save Boko, the Chocobo. Currently, save is winning by quite a bit. Let me refresh real quick. Yeah, save is at $110 and kill is at $71. So there's
Still within reach.
Gonna come back.
Making
can come back.
Alright, so I've already talked about this battle in particular and why I don't prefer grinding it. Especially during a marathon, because it's very risky. So now that I only have Ramza and he only has math skill, you might think, well, you're completely outnumbered by the number of enemies that you're seeing on the screen. This is totally true. It is also completely irrelevant, as you're about to see what's going to happen. So I'm going to use Height 3, Bolt 3, which is where the tile the boss Maluda is standing on, and it will one-shot her for 243 damage. What am I doing? Height, please. There we go. Called it. So yes, the enemies totally don't matter. And that is the end of that. Very, very fast. Now, there's several paths that you can take to get the calculator. I've already talked about grinding at Thieves numerous times, but usually what happens during a standard RTA is after grinding Oracle here, you would grind at Mandalia to get calculator in the big grind that we've just done. But in the completely theoretical, optimal scenario, you will actually grind calculator at Lanalia Plateau. But grinding at Lanalia Plateau is even riskier at grinding at Thieves, so no one does this. Might be a TAS only thing, but there's a very, very many factors that come into play if you grind at Lanalia that becomes a big issue. One of them is the fact that if Maluda has any sort of range secondary, your run is dead. Because you're not an Oracle, you can't put her to sleep. And she will repeatedly use those attacks and just waste all your time, or possibly kill you because you don't have any healing spells either. Another thing that can happen is one of the opening knights, if they move in the wrong position, which is completely RNG, you will not be able to kill the enemies off in your opening salvo with your wizards. And that becomes a big problem, because now you have to chase that unit down. And it opens up various risks as a result. So, usually, what you will see people do is they will grind at Mandalia in the standard route. So we haven't talked about the story in a bit, but basically we rescued the Marquis. Dystar's not very happy with us because we ignored his orders, but we also find out from behind the scene that he's actually part of some conspicuous plot, which we wonder what it is. Political intrigue. So he tells us, well, I'll let you join the attack, which is supposed to be, I guess, his way of saying, you know, Rams, I still approve of you, even though you did something bad and I don't approve of it. So that's why we attack Thieves Fort, where we have to fight Meluda, who is, well, you're about to see, the leader of the Death Corps' sister. And during that battle, there was actually a bunch of text which we skipped over because we instantly killed Meluda. That she basically goes over about why, you know, despite the fact that they're commoners, they helped on the war, why they're not getting any sort of restitution, they're not happy about it, and so on. So Ramza is very sympathetic to this because, again, he's the good son, right? Despite the fact that he's, you know, in the story, an actual bastard. But Algus is a very much, I guess, more of the standard noble mind setting, and he's going, well, you guys are commoners, and commoners are dirt. Yeah. So he's completely splitting, you know, all over their rights, and Delita's completely torn. Because, remember, Delita's a commoner, but at the same time he's being taken in by the Behoves. So he can kind of see both points. And he wants to believe that nobles are good because Ramza is his best friend. But as we're about to see in this cutscene, Algus deals the coup de grace and reminds Delita that he is just commoner scum. So they will not save Titra, who has been kidnapped. And despite the fact that Ramza tries to reassure Delita that they will save Titra, Algus rubs it in and says that they won't. So he tells them, well, if you think you can stop them, you should go here. So guess where we're going. And of course then, Ramza tells Algus to get out, because no one likes him.
We have a $15 donation from Pepsi Man vs. Joe. Thanks for the excellent tactics run and commentary. We have a $70 anonymous donation. FFT is one of the best RPGs ever made. Cheers to the runners and to Nami. We have a $5 donation from Wag to Dog. Great marathon so far. Donating for noseless hype. Please put this towards naming the Sprite in Secret Man as 7-Up. I think that's
Wow.
a good name. I think
Good
that's
name.
one too many characters, though.
Alright, so this cutscene just basically goes over what I've talked about. So, Delita is very conflicted because he realizes on some level that Algus is right. Because even though Yus Elmagoose is telling his best friend that you can do anything if you try hard enough, Delita reminds him that because he's a commoner, he doesn't have really any power to save his own sister, and he feels powerless. And there's a very nice cutscene here where they play the reed flute. Which, of course, if you want to get into symbolics and all, comes back into play later. Alright, and I have no longer any worry about Chapter 1 random battles, because that's all the random battles that will ever occur in Chapter 1. So we are random free. And I'm going to start the next battle, which is at Fulvorheim Plains. So this is a rematch with Meluda. And this time, her troops are trying to escape from the Order of the Northern Sky, or the Hokuten, in the vanilla version of the game. They actually mean the same thing if you actually care to look them up. So it's a very nice direct translation in the World Alliance instead of getting all fancy about it. In this case, for this particular battle gameplay-wise, well, now that Rams is a calculator, he's a wizard with math skill, well, I'll give you 3 guesses as to what's going to happen. Hint, none of them get turns.
Restart.
324 damage incoming. Rip. And that is that level. Very, very fast. So there is actually a, I guess, option select or a gamble option if you want to try it. Meluda can actually be killed with Bolt 3 as well, but Bolt 3 is much, well, I wouldn't say much riskier. It's definitely riskier because, again, Holy ignores evasion, and there's a chance that Meluda can dodge the Bolt 3 because she has a small mantle which gives her 10% magic evasion, which is why you use Holy there. If you use Bolt 3 and you miss, you can go for a second attempt. But the 10%, of course, is still there. So if you miss with the initial Bolt 3, you lose a minute from having to watch all the units move. And you only save about, like, 6 seconds. So it's really not worth it unless, you know, you're so far behind that you need to take every risk possible. So we see the leader of the Death Corps here, Moigraf, and he finds out that his sister has been killed by Ramza and Delita. So he's going to try and enact his revenge. And he does this for basically every single time we see him. So it's very important to know if you actually care about the characters and the plot and symbolics here, that the struggles between Ramza, Delita, and Wyagraf are actually kind of parallels of each other. Because in both scenarios, Wyagraf is also kind of like a commoner, and his sister has been killed, Delita's sister has been kidnapped, and Ramza's sister, as we'll see later on, will also be kidnapped. So keep a close eye on that. It's very interesting. Because they all react differently, and right now, Wyagraf is kind of in his idealism state. So he's thinking that he can still establish the change that he wants. And once we enter the later chapters, he will become very cynical. As for the actual battle itself, well... Oh, nice audio glitch. That will sometimes happen with fastest speed. You can also use the gamble option here on Wyagraf with Bolt 3, but this is a little more dangerous because level is a more stable parameter to use than height. Heights, as once the enemies get their turn and they move out of that height range, it will no longer be applicable, which means you probably have to hit more than a single unit. But level is usually very stable when it's the ideal math. The only situation that it won't be is if the experience randomly generated is about 90 experience, because then the enemies can take some sort of action that affects themselves, gain 10 experience, and jump up to the next level. But that tends not to be an issue.
We have a $25 donation from Mr. Cab. I'm hyped for Tales. Teach us about costumes.
Teach us about costumes. Speaking of costumes, Rams is about to go a costume change at the end of this chapter. Right now you see he's in his noble garb. I'm actually going to make a save here. I don't think I'm going to die, but... my chapter 1 quick, and I'm kind of interested. 134.14. So, probably about like a 136. Alright, now we're at Zeekden, where Algus told us we will be able to find where they took Titra. So, during this part of the plot, which we're about to see, Algus performs quite possibly the most diabolical and heinous move he could do, and causes everybody to basically hate him. But that's okay, we'll enact our revenge with mass skill. So of course, Zalbag gives the order, because he's also following orders from Dystar. So they will not save the life of a common girl in exchange for the pride of the Bayou name. So, with that, Titra is dead. And Algus probably had great pleasure in doing that, because he's a jerk. So Delita is now extremely angry. And this is the event that basically sets the entire War of the Lions into motion. This is basically the precursor to what happens to the rest of the game. because this particular event changes both Ramza and Delita, for better or for worse. They basically have different takeaways from it. Meanwhile, Algus is going to spout his bigot ideals to us about why commoners are dirt. $225. Goodbye, Algus. So, at the very end of this scene, there's actually a bunch of gunpowder in the fortress that the Deathcore Knight escaped to. So he ends up lighting the explosives inside that fortress. And during this explosion, Ramza believes that Delita has died because Delita, as you will see, is inconsolable at the fact that his sister is dead. So they take very different messages away from this. Delita realizes that in this world, because he's a commoner, he either has to use or be used. So obviously he's going to try to manipulate everyone to create the change that needs to happen so that nobody else like his sister ends up dying. But Ramza sees things completely differently in the sense that he's been blinded completely by his noble heritage that he hasn't realized that there was this problem that existed. And because he's the good son, he's going to do different actions to cause the change that needs to happen. Taking my whole life for granted, blah blah blah. I actually know the entire War of the Lion spiels for this. And we begin chapter 2. That is the end of chapter 1.
We have a $10 donation from RJ.
Nice.
Save Boko because Scumbag the Claude won't ever do it. And I believe that donation is going to be cut off fairly soon here.
Yes, I'll cut it off after this particular cutscene. So now we basically go back to the present, and Gaffgarion questions Ramza about whether or not he knew Delita. Because Ramza, as a result of that incident, decides to leave his noble heritage behind. So during that period, it's not ever explained, but he ends up joining the mercenary troop of Gaffgarion. And Gaffgarion kind of serves as a somewhat of a foil to Ramza because he doesn't really have any background. He's just a mercenary that does things for money. But at the same time, he kind of tries to talk some sense into Ramza about why his brother's actions are just. I'm going to take Alicia, but not take Rad and Lavian, because I need Alicia for a battle that's coming up soon, that I will be able to skip some text by getting Gaffgarion out of the way very quickly. And now that we're in chapter 2, I'm going to do a quick menu. So I'm going to change Tisha to Monk. I'm going to change my 2 guests into Chemists. For similar reasons as to why Delita and Algus were originally Chemists. I'm going to remove Gaffgarion's Power Wrist. I'm going to give it to Alicia. So this is all set up for what has to happen later on. As for this actual battle itself, well, you're about to see the power of math skill in routing, and why it's a far superior option to any other ability set you could possibly learn in the game. I've already explained it while I was doing the grinding segment, so if you kept that in mind, you're about to see, you're about to see lots of enemies dying. The real risk at this point is actually not the enemies attacking me, it's I accidentally use the wrong math skill and end up hitting Ramza. Because if MP switch doesn't go off, he will kill himself. Guaranteed. Alright, so here comes all the enemies. I will close the donation for Kill Save Boko now. And just let me know what it is at the end of this fight. Because it'll be pretty fast. Alright, 58, 60 Libra. So all the enemies are dead except for the 2 thieves. As planned. Thank God. I don't know what he's gonna steal, but it's probably bad.
I guess he's dead.
Yep.
What'd you do?
I use CT3 Bolt 3 to kill everybody, and now I'm gonna do CT Prime and kill everybody. Rip. And that is the power of mass skill. No charge time, no range tolerance, no MP cost. It just hits everything that is valid. Alright, so what's the situation with the kill save?
I just did a refresh, and we're going to be saving Boko.
We'll be saving Boko, alright.
There's $120 to save and 71 to kill.
Let us save the bird, and then release it back into the wild where it belongs.
So we can train to become Ninja Chocobo?
We'll become the Ninja Chocobo, yes. Alright, so here's the deal. Boko actually appeared earlier at the windmill shed, but we never got to see him in action because I instantly killed Ygraph off with Height 5 Holy. So he is actually Ygraph's Chocobo, and this is your first sign that Ygraph is actually still alive in the current period. As to why he released Boko, we don't know. Presumably, maybe he's also doing what we're going to do, which is release it back into the wild, but he's domesticated.
Well, he kind of teleported away when you defeated him last and left the chocobo there.
Yeah. Well, he could have left on the Chocobo. We don't know. Maybe he has a backup Chocobo.
If he can teleport, why does he need chocobos? Just
Well,
saying.
there are tricks you can perform with Chocobo riding, but they're not very relevant for many playthroughs, actually. Which is a shame, because you can actually ride Chocobos. Alright, so we're saving Boko. CT3 Ice it is. So Boko will not die to ice, but all the goblins probably will, because they're weak to ice. So they'll take double damage. And because Ramza is like super wizard, magic master extraordinaire, they'll all die. As will Gaffgarion and Agrius. But it's fine, we saved Boko, that's the important thing.
We saved the animals.
Woohoo!
Lucky indeed.
Gaffgarion's all, you're lucky. People pay money to save you. But I will not recruit Boko to my party, unfortunately. Because he will somehow manage to asexually reproduce, and he'll hog out my menu. So I will not be able to recruit him, unfortunately.
He's gonna come back as Red Chocobo and try to kill you.
Alright, on to Zarakal. So I already talked a little bit about this beforehand when I said I had to put Alicia into my party. Let's explain what's going to happen. So at the very start of this fight, Alicia is going to get her turn, and she's going to punch Gaffgarion in the back of the head. There's a chance that Delita will stab Gaffgarion for me, but this is completely dependent on whether or not he has Crush Punch. So to make sure that Gaffgarion is dead, I have to recruit Alicia. And you really want Gaffgarion dead for this fight, because if he's not dead by the time Ramza gets his first turn, there is a whole bunch of text between Delita, Ophelia, Agrius, Gaffgarion, and Ramza.
Yeah.
It's like a minute. So the 3 or 4 seconds I had to set up Alicia, plus like the 5 seconds to recruit her, is going to pay off just from punching Gaffgarion in the back of the head.
Turn Gaffgarion into a Nicky Chemist or?
Yes, Agrius is also a chemist. I had to turn her into a chemist, otherwise she will mess things up for me. Alright. So here's the leader. What's he gonna do? He has Crush Punch. Is it gonna proc? Yes! It procced. Alright. Good. Alright. Not Gaffgarion. Now for the math. I cannot open with CT3 Flare or CT3 anything because it's gonna hit Ophelia. So instead I'm gonna use CT3 Death. You might be wondering why, because you see, guests in this game when they have the Immortal Flag are immune to getting hit by certain status effects, which includes Death. So, by using Death, I will actually be able to attack all the enemies, but not risk killing Ophelia by accident. So I'm 2 out of 4, which is better than practice. My practice, I think, went like 0 out of 4 or something.
Yeah,
which
that's
is great.
pretty atrocious.
Death has bad hit rate. Also, that guy's a cancer, which doesn't help. 58 cancer. Do I want to risk the bolt 3? I'll risk the bolt 3, because I think the leader can kill him. Alright, so now I'm going to do CT4 perfect, which will hit myself. Damn. And he switch? Nope. Alright, bye Ramza. So, yeah, relying on empty switch, probably not a good idea. But the leader was going for us. So rip. It'll be fine even if Alicia's dead, because as long as you have allied units and Rams is not crystallized, the game is not over. So I can rely on the leader there. So, for what kind of happened during the plot, we saw Ovelia get kidnapped at the very beginning of the game when I first started the prologue. And we find out basically from Gaffgarion and Delita that the kidnapping is basically a sham. They're trying to frame Duke Altana for the kidnapping so that Duke Larg, which is the other Duke who's vying for power, will be basically ascended to the throne through becoming the regent from the his, I guess, nephew, Orinus. I think that's the name, right?
Yeah, right. He's like the crown prince, but he's like 2 years old or something.
Yeah,
like that.
well, which is why Duke Larg would be the regent, so he would essentially be the one making the commands. So Delita kind of tells us, well, okay, now that you figured it out, what are you going to do? Because Ramza, remember, he's not affiliated with the BU of House anymore. So they're going, okay, well, I don't know where to go. So Agrius tells them, well, why don't we head down to where Count Draclo is, because his nation supposedly is neutral. So we're going to be heading down to that castle. In the meantime, get out. Then we're going to strip the princess, and then equip all the gear onto Ramza.
Because her gear is greater than yours.
Yes, her gear is vastly superior than mine, because it has 3 more magic attack points. And those 3 magic attack points matter a lot when you're trying to get 1 round kills. So we have to remove all her equipment. And we're gonna meet our first idiotic guest on the rooftop.
Mustadio.
Hello, Mustadio.
He has another name, but we're not gonna say it. It's a pretty popular name.
Mustadio. So Mustadio's AI is pretty much garbage.
Yeah.
I'm so thankful that I didn't have to learn how to try and save him, because it would be pretty bad. Well, sorry, try to kill him actually, because killing him is harder than saving him. Because he also has 7 speed, which means that CT3 will actually not hit him, because the speed will truncate, so even though he's at 105 on his current turn, when Ramza gets his turn, he will actually only be at 5 CTs, so CT3 will not hit Mustadio. Let's see who lives. That guy's dead. That guy's definitely dead. Nice. Ooh, 1 round.
White.
Nice.
And Agrius.
Yes, well. Sorry, Agrius. You get to be our punching bag.
Right. She's her lightning rod.
So, that is the Land. Again, you can see the power of math skill. Killing Mustadio versus saving him is actually a lot harder.
Yeah.
Because, again, I've already talked about the CT. In order to kill him, I will have had to do CT5, which would target myself. And the only way I would not game over from that is it kills everybody and then MP switch activates. So, I originally wanted to make that a donation incentive, but I realized that there might be problems when I thought it over, because I realized there was no effective math to clear up the screen fast enough other than CT5. And then Claude confirmed it, so I'm like, yeah, let's not do that.
So we have a $5 donation from Cephalo Padre. He wanted to remind us about the 1 or 2 incentive for singing the ending theme. There's $175 left for that. And the other donation incentives we have, we don't have any more for Final Fantasy Tactics, but for Tales of Xillia we have the costume theme. There's Maids and butlers at $76. Swimsuits at $66. And the aisles and school outfits at
You're tied?
0. $10 difference.
Oh. Okay. I heard that wrong.
And the story choice in Tales of Xillia, there's Nila's story for $45, currently at $45, and Jude's story currently at $10.
Choose Mila's, it's faster. It actually reminds me of 20 minutes faster.
And that's how you get people to donate for the other one.
Yeah. We just went over our practice run, so we should be good for either story now.
So Mustadio, during the course of the plot, he's a... I guess you can say he's kind of like the random mechanic dude that you randomly run across. So he's getting attacked. Ramza, being the good guy, decides to save him. And we find out that he wants to join us because he wants to talk to the Cardinal. Agrius is very suspicious of him because here's this random guy. But Ovelia is apparently okay with it, so Agrius says, sure, why not? Not having any decision-making power of her own. Then during this cutscene, we get the Reef Flute back again. And you find out that she learned how to play the Reef Flute from Alma. And this is just kind of a reminder to good times past. Because she laments the fact that she had to grow up in a monastery and didn't really get to do anything outside of being a princess. Almost forgot this. Not that this is a particularly big deal, but it saves a couple of seconds. Alright, it's another route map.
Fire started. So,
Oh,
we've started a fire outside for doing s'mores, if anybody wants
Oh,
s'mores.
okay.
And if you want to torture the stream about s'mores.
Well, I think you're
That's
torturing
one of my
me because
favorites.
I can't.
Fire started, I thought the house was
I
burning
can't
down.
leave.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do some more tomorrow.
Alright.
S'more tomorrow.
More tomorrow.
Yeah. Good one.
This is another route. And the strategy for this one doesn't particularly change either. But I did change Mustadio to a chemist because normally Mustadio goes before I do for tie breaks because he's a guest. But by changing him to a chemist, I will go before him and I get to zap him with lightning, which will prevent him from acting and saves a couple of seconds.
And you kill Mustadio, which is always a plus.
Yes, well, that's all the payback what he causes us on SCCs and everything else.
Yeah.
And that's another perfect one round, which is very good.
So, yeah, back to that save Mustadio mission. You gained 2 brave for saving him, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
However, there's this weird thing where if you choose to save him, his AI would suddenly become suicidal, and if you choose not to save him, he'll become super safe for some reason.
I should note that for the purposes of the run, that Brave is a very insignificant factor because we're going to nuke everything on
Yeah.
turn 1 when possible. So your reaction abilities, which is depending on what your Brave value is, rarely ever comes into play. It only comes into play with MP Switch, which is if you misdirect a spell and you need to save yourself, MP Switch is useful for that. And a couple of other times if you need to take a hit. So it tends not to be a big issue. So not saving Mustadio is the much better choice. Even though, again, as I mentioned, killing him is actually the harder of the 2 objectives normally. So another scene with Dice Dark. We already know that he's behind some unscrupulous plot, but he talks to Gaffgarion here. So we find out that Gaffgarion originally had the contract apparently from Dice Dark. And that there's a bigger plot kind of brewing behind the scenes that we don't know about. And we finally hit Lionel Castle, which is where Agrius said that we should go. So, during this scene, we're going to find out a little bit more about the history, but I'm going to talk a little bit about the gameplay, about what's going to happen next, because we're starting to enter the point where Ramza's level advantage is going to stop mattering, because all the enemies are going to catch up and reach level 18 soon, which means that they'll also have 7 speed. And when that happens, I will not be able to safely target them, because they'll all be at 100 CT, so CT3 will no longer work. So what I'm going to do immediately after this cutscene is I'm going to enter the shop, and I'm going to buy a set of rubber shoes for Ramza and a wizard mantle for Mustadio. Mustadio actually doesn't need the wizard mantle, but we need the mantle later, and it's just easier because we're going to directly fit the rubber shoes onto Ramza, so we might as well do it for Mustadio as well. And the rubber shoes immunes lightning damage. So, I think you can quickly see where this is going, especially with CT5. Because even if they have 7 speed, they'll all be at 100 CT. So CT5 is going to hit everything on the field, myself included. But our good friend, Use Almagoose, aka Ramza, is going to be immune to lightning. So he's not going to hurt himself with his own lightning damage.
Yeah, it told me you don't have to rely on MP switch anymore for a while.
Yeah. Because, yeah, if I didn't have that, I will actually have to rely on MP switch for this period. Which, I think we've proven from that death in Zarkal is not very reliable.
Yeah, this game is pretty finicky. RNG, 99% using is 20%.
So they talk a bit about the Holy Stones or the Oral Site if you're playing the World Alliance version. And that just basically uncovers kind of the church talking about the mythical folklore about the 12 legendary heroes that stopped the devil. In a nutshell is basically what it is. And rubber shoes. Alright, and off we go. Zegala Swamp. There is a chance for a piggy to spawn in this battle. The piggy has higher base speed than the other enemies, so if the piggy appears, I'll actually end up losing time. Because I have to use CT5 Bolt 3 versus CT3 Bolt 3. Which means I have to watch an extra Bolt 3 animation on Ramza, so it costs about 4 seconds if that happens. But completely random. Alright, no piggy, so we're good.
Piggies are hilarious in that they have a move. I forgot what it's called, but they essentially sacrifice themselves to level up the unit.
I think it's called like Eat Me or something.
Yeah, it's like feed or something. They just intentionally feed themselves to whatever they're targeting.
I think it requires monster skill? I don't recall exactly.
I don't think the level 3 piggy required it.
I usually just sacrifice my piggies for poaching.
Yeah.
Because they drop very good items from poaching. Which we're not going to be doing during the speedrun, obviously, because it's a waste of time. And voila, that is Zegala Swamp. That is the optimal scenario. Because, well, there's no piggy, so I don't lose the 4 seconds. And Gaug is pretty much what I already talked about with CT5. But the interesting thing about Gaug is what happens if the enemies do not die from the initial salvo, because then it gets very tricky. Because the enemies all have varying speeds, so I will not be able to resynchronize their CTs. Which means I will usually end up having to either pick them off individually or by any common factors if I can find them. And that's kind of where the risk of blowing yourself up is, because if you see a common factor, and you jump the gun before kind of checking or reminding yourself of what Ramza's current parameters are, it is very easy to make that mistake and blow yourself up by accident.
Yeah, this next battle coming up has Thieves, Archers, and Summoners.
Summoners,
And
yeah.
the Summoners are slower and the Thieves are faster. So
Yeah,
they're
and
all
some of them
different.
have green berets, so it's
Oh,
like a
yeah.
giant massive where all the speed
randomized
tiers,
items are great.
speed tiers are. So there's no reliable way to resynchronize their clock ticks.
Yeah, to trigger the battle, just move anywhere.
Yep. Because you have to fight inside Gaug. So as you can see, Use Almagoose's experience is at 93 right now. So he's still going to reach 23 by the time we reach Garland, which is very good. But he hasn't hit 23 yet because I've been getting very good luck with the 1 rounds. I've actually had a practice run where I got 0 1 rounds in Chapter 2, which is extremely bad.
Wow.
Ramza was like 24.5 or something by the time he was fighting Quackle, and I'm like, eh.
Did everybody just have low? Did they all just have like low faith units?
Well, it's always a combination of bad compatibility, low faith, and magic evasion. So. Sorry, Use Almagoose.
We have a $30 donation from Sunderos Sora. I don't play video games, but I'm watching my fiance and his brother watch this stream, and I have to say, finally a great charity. I support Nami. And we have a $5 donation from Zigomio. And just as a reminder, if you're just joining us, RPG Limit Break is a charity speedrunning marathon being held in Salt Lake City, Utah. Speedrunners from across the US, Canada, and Australia have gathered to crush role-playing games and support charity. RPG Limit Break is partnered with the National Alliance on Mental Illness, a US-based charity which advocates for the mentally ill and provides support services for individuals and families living with mental illness.
Alright, so we find out from that cutscene that basically Cardinal Draclo was in on the plot.
He was party to the
He was a party to the plot, yes. So we find out that we basically left the princess and Agrius into the enemy's hands, which is very bad.
He's charging? What?
It is charging. CT5. Stadia.
Always kill.
Well, too bad. I killed him as well.
Oh wow. Another one
Nice swim round. Very good. And we also find out that Mustadio is not your ordinary chemist. He's a, ordinary engineer. He's actually stumbled upon these Orosite, which is what the church is looking for, which is why they were hunting him down originally. So, the reason why they were hiding the Orosite from the church is because when they use or take the stones close to the machines, they start to react violently. So, Mustadio's father, Mesrodio, told Mustadio to not hand the stones over to the church because he suspects something foul. So they kidnapped his father, which is why he was seeking help in the first place.
Yeah, the church is not really incompetent because he had the railstone on his body. Why didn't they just search him?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
He just pulls out his shirt.
I mean, they even took off all his equipment.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like they completely stripped him naked. But
And
apparently they couldn't
I know,
find
I
it.
know.
So I guess you can guess where he put it, but my guess is just they didn't bother searching him. They're just like, whatever.
We figure he would have hit it somewhere. What?
But whatever, it's fine.
There's a lot of boat routes.
So the church is basically secretly trying to gain power, and the way they're trying to do that is to use the folklore of the Zodiac Braves to kind of get people to, I guess, believe more in the church while the noblemen are fighting amongst themselves in the Civil War. So they're going to cause the Order of the Northern Sky, aka the Hokutin, and the Order of the Southern Sky, aka the Nainton, to fight against each other, which will cause distrust and disapproval from the public, which in turn will cause the public to heed more towards the church, especially if the church has this nice shiny story they can snag onto. So that's basically kind of where the plot is heading. Ramza is starting to figure this out. And Delita at this point is basically trying to tell him, you should, not dig too deep into this because you're putting yourself at risk. But Rams is saying, Delita, I want to trust you, but you're not letting me trust you. And he's suspicious of what Delita's up to. But we get to see Delita is the master manipulator of this entire story because, as I mentioned very earlier as Zeke did, that event basically carries out throughout the rest of the game. And the two men basically have varying the points now. And Delita thinks the only way he can change the system is to basically become king himself, and he's gonna manipulate everyone and use everyone and take everyone's candy if he has to. Meanwhile, we go back to Gaffgarion and Cardinal Draclo, and they're discussing about how to get the Holy Stone that Mr. Rudvich over there failed to get from Mustadio because he decided not to either frisk Mustadio or check his clothes, we don't know. So, we find out that Draco is not exactly a good guy because he's about to kill someone. Hint, there's only one person in the room other than himself, so you can imagine what happened.
It's implied.
It's implied, yes. So I also took Mustadio into my party. This is very important because we have to use Mustadio later on, both as a bait unit, and he's going to do several other things for us because his base class has a higher speed than most other classes in the game. So I'm going to use Almagoose, change him into the Priest class, which now gives him 9 speed, and he's going to equip the latest gear with the Green Beret. Equipped, having 9 speed means he now gets his turn and 12 clock ticks, so I can still use CT3 to save myself.
Should burn. No, 12, yeah.
12.
I can do math.
It's okay. It's late.
Stay with like 3 hours of sleep.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so we already find out from the plot that Agrius is in danger. So she's trying to run away from the Leono guardsmen who are chasing after her. And because Rams has figured this out, he's going to save her. Geronimo!
Geronimo. Great translations.
Geronimo. It's better than Yarg. Alright, so I'm gonna open off actually with Height and Holy here. Because there is a risk that Agrius can potentially die. I need to make sure that some of the enemies are dead.
Yeah, Agrius dies when he gets that bullet.
Yeah. In a more standard arcade / PB run, we will actually open off with Height 3 Flare and just take the risk. Because every casting of Holy is basically about 6 seconds lost, 4 to 6 seconds lost versus using Flare.
Unless you miss a flare.
Yeah. Well, even if you miss a Flare. In this particular case, though, I don't think it makes too much of a difference.
Oh, that's...
Alright, so now the enemies will take their turns. I have to watch the experience very carefully. Because if they're near 90 again, they will level up, and then my parameter will not work. But it doesn't look like this is going to be an issue. Nice stall charging too. Alright, level 5 Flare is going to take out everything else. There's a risk here that some of the units may be at level, like, 15.9, and if they level up, they'll be 16, which means they can only be hit by level 4. And that's very bad because Agrius is level 12. So if you use level 4 something, you're going to hit Agrius, and then she will probably die. This actually has happened to me. I learned just the hard way.
Yeah, most enemies in storyline battles are set levels, but the HP they start off with is better.
Yeah, I'm not going to recruit Agrius, because we don't need her. And she's just going to cause complications for me later down the line if I do take her with me. Now, I normally don't even bother saving here, but it's been several levels, and I ran into a very scary situation before during a run with Gaffgarion, knowing Geomancy and then putting me to sleep. So I'm going to save here in case that happens, because that was not very pleasant.
That's a very oddball case.
It's very rare. The real reason why it becomes scary... Alright, sorry. The real reason why it becomes scary is because, again, if you're sleeping and you take a physical attack, you take 25% more damage. So there was a chance that Gaffgarion would crit, and MP switch will not go off because Ramza is sleeping. So if he had gotten like a max variance critical after landing the Geomancy, I could have potentially died. And that will happen one of the most hilarious, but also extremely awful deaths that you can run into. This level is also very infamous in casual playthrough for being very difficult because of the number of enemies that are on the field. But as we've already seen and talked about, number of enemies doesn't really matter when you have the power of math on your side.
And hilariously enough, if you have fly or teleport or ignore height, you can actually get on top of the scaffold.
Yeah,
And you're
then
pretty
the
much
enemies can reach
invulnerable
you,
to almost all
except
the enemies,
Gaffgarion.
except for Gaffgarion and anyone that has magic.
Speaking of Gaffgarion, I need him to be dead turn 1, hopefully. If he's not dead, it creates issues. Right, good. There's a 5% chance, always, that Gaffgarion will evade Flare, because you'll have a Mithril Shield. But there's an additional 10% chance that's stacked on, because he can occasionally have a small mantle on. It's not worth checking. I'll just flare him, and then if he lives, just release him afterwards. But it's very bad if he lives, because you have to watch a bunch of extra attacks between Ramza and Gaffgarion on top of Gaffgarion taking his turn. Very nice one round. Curse me full, I not thought you'd grown so strong.
So what's the reason you deploy Mustadio besides the fact that...
I have to deploy Mustadio because in any battle where there's 2 PBF formations, the game requires you to use the second PBF formation unless you have deployed all your units. So in this case, it would happen much faster to deploy Mustadio on the first one because you don't have to see the second party battle formation load. But I messed up the menu there, so I basically didn't save any time. We have come for the princess. Stand down or take her place on the gallows. And there's more plot. So we find out from this scene that Ophelia is actually also a commoner. She's not actually Ophelia the princess. The real Ophelia has actually passed away. But a lot of people don't know about this, except for basically members of the church. So they're going to use this information for their own political gain. Which is why Vorman refers to Ophelia as a trump card. Or if you're playing the War of the Lions version, the stock from which the wheat is cut matters not. Or something along those lines.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Anything from the War of the Lion translation?
I actually know some of the War of the
I know,
Lions
yeah.
translation here. So I'm gonna make a save, because this is the only green dot I have to cross in chapter 2.
Yeah.
Let's hope I don't get stuck on it. Damn it.
So yeah, so the next storyline battle is in Lionel Castle. And most people normally think that because it's blocking your path, you have to go into there and you can't pass it, you're basically stuck grinding in one spot. You can actually just move right through Lionel Castle and not get into that story encounter. It's really weird.
I've never seen that before, but I've also never actually had to grind.
I know, but you can
Afterwards.
Yeah, you just ignore Lionel Castle, walk right past it. It's hilarious. One of those things you would never think of trying.
Yeah, I guess most people would click on the shiny red dot. Just seems more attractive. Alright, made it.
We have a $50 donation from Vulgin. This goes to the Ventus story in Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. I know that as a community, what we all truly want to see is Adam run the Ventus story.
Oh, he's running away.
From my conversations with him, I also know that this is what both Adam and indeed the entire KH community truly wants to see. Let's band together and help make this happen.
No. Oh. No.
Use Elmagoose, it's me, you must fight, on guard.
I'm good.
Alright, Gaffgarion. You say so?
Yeah, so thankfully he landed on his completed path.
Rip. Rip Gaffgarion.
These guys.
Yeah, they can dodge. They might have bad compatibility. Gaffgarion's guaranteed to be dead, almost always.
Vulgin, please.
246.
We have
Alright, this was a very nice chapter 2, outside of some manuing executions. Because I've been getting very consistent one rounds. By Gaffgarion.
This is actually going pretty well.
This has been a very good chapter 2.
We have a $5 donation from Vulgin23. Hello, friends. I'd like to think that I know a lot about hype runs, so I'm donating for the hypest run of all time, Ventus. Fans of speedrunning would do well to follow suit. We have a $5 donation from No Vulgin Cash. I heard this was a good idea. I definitely wasn't blackmailed. We have a $10 donation from the_Vulgin. Hi guys, totally Vulgin here. I hear Ventus is the way to go, as this is what the runners truly want to happen. Also, nyar. We have a $5 donation from the Vulginist. It's terrible. A quant decide what to donate for. And a $10 donation from Kobahi. Ventus, our lord and master, must have his day in the sun.
At least we finally got someone with a normal name.
Alright, so this is the very first instance we see a Zodiac monster. So we find out that Cardinal Draco is really not so human, more so monster. And he's going to transform into a big disgusting monster that looks like Yuki.
Yeah, I know.
But for the purposes of the fight, since this is an assassination, I placed Pistadio in that position for a very specific reason. So the AI in this game will prioritize kills when possible. So he's going to come down and charge Bio 2 or Bio 3 on Pistadio.
It's just about
I don't know which Bio it is.
It's
Don't
about
say.
there is no battle 3. Should be no battle 3, nice.
So I'm going to preempt him and kill Pistadio off. And that's going to save a few frames. type permanent flare him. And then he's dead. He has very low HP.
Yeah,
But he's very fast.
Yeah, he has about 300-ish HP. He does have high faith though, which is great.
I think he has like 396 as his max HP or something like that.
Yeah, he could go for like 350s to high-ish,
But
yeah.
this is supposed to be kind of like your introduction to Zodiac monster battles, so it's
Yeah.
supposed to be kind of scary the first time you fight it. Because he has what's called Nightmare, and it's a 100% ignoring evasion skill that inflicts death sentence and sleep.
Yeah, it's just straight up 100% hit.
To very, very new players, death sentence would seem kind of scary, but to more veteran players, death sentence is a complete joke in this game.
There are great ways to abuse death sentence.
Yeah, do you want to explain why?
Easiest way to abuse death sentence is to use the zombie status. So when you have death sentence, enemies will think that the AI will think that you're basically getting dead, so they ignore you completely. But if you're a zombie, if you have the under status, when death sentence runs out, you just ignore it completely. And so if you get hit by a nightmare, you're basically gonna be death sentence, and he's gonna ignore you into the corner where you beat on him.
Yeah, there's all the tricks of getting around it too. Like you have the judo outfit, because death sentence at the end of the counter just adds dead.
Yeah.
So if you actually have something that immunes death, and you hit yourself with death sentence, like it basically is 2 turns of invulnerability.
Yeah.
So death sentence is a complete joke. The real thing you have to worry about from Nightmare is sleep, but
Yeah, if you sleep and he could one shot you, he'll probably run up and smack you in the face.
yeah. But Quackland, for people who are more familiar with the game, because his HP is so low, is usually not an issue as long as you can get past the speed and then not get put to sleep. So we find out from the story at this point that there was a traitor inside Goltana's Mist, and that Delita killed this person off to gain Goltana's trust. And he reveals the plot of what Dice Dog was trying to do, which incites the civil war known as the War of the Lions.
I don't remember, but I'm not sure if the guy he killed was actually the traitor or if he paid that.
Just a random guy that he claimed was a
I think he
traitor.
paid the squire off, something like that, to frame him.
Well, I don't think there was evidence to say that he paid the squire off, but the point is, like, he's got Goltana's trust now.
Yeah.
So, during this Civil War, we've briefly talked about it. Basically, there's the two factions, which is the Order of Northern Sky, aka the Hokuten, and the Order of the Southern Sky, aka the Nainton. And both sides are kind of vying for the throne. So, in this case, this is why the Civil War is incited. If you are interested in history, I would recommend you look up the War of the Roses, which is where the political side of the story of FFT actually came from. And it's actually pretty interesting if you actually care to look. Of course, starting in Chapter 4, this is less relevant, because then it's more about space goats and goat kings.
Yeah. The Hokuten, basically both are emblems of the Lions, hence it's called the War of the Lions in PSP. So it's pretty cool.
So, Ovelia basically becomes the figurehead for the Nainton, and Orinus, who is the nephew of, what's his name, of Larg, is basically the figurehead of Larg's army. So they're both vying for power.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of lore in this game. You just have to read through a lot of text to go through it. And most people just won't bother finding it.
Yeah.
Like Draclaw, his wife died and he fell into depression, which is how he he basically got contacted by the Zodiac Stone and became one of the Zodiac monsters. So that's basically how he became quickly.
Ah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because that's not explained during
Yeah.
the course of the game. But at the same time, I don't think they actually explain Ramza's little journey with Gaffgarion either. There's actually an interesting tidbit because Ramza changes his last name during that stint in Chapter 2 before Garland to Rublia. And if you actually look up the lore for FFT, Rublia is actually Balbane's second wife's maiden name.
It's
so
his mother's name.
Yeah, so he actually took his mother's maiden name instead of the BU name when he ditched aside his
To
nobility.
basically symbolize that he completely cut ties with the real
Yeah.
family.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, he basically ends up with Gaffgarion because he joins he becomes mercenary after Zeekton. Because he's tired of all the Plago stuff.
Yeah. So now we enter Chapter 3. Chapter 2 is a very short chapter, but Chapter 3 is also very short. So at the very beginning of Chapter 3, we see this war council inside Goltana's camp. And they're talking about how the peasantry are the ones who are suffering. But none of the noblemen are really concerned about it, except for Orlando, who is kind of the champion of the people, so to speak, I guess, more in terms of the story. He's kind of like a noble person as well. And very interestingly, he is also Balbane's best friend when they fought in the, I forgot what the name of the war was, but before the Lion War, basically. There was another war that they took part in, and that's where they became friends.
And if you were paying attention to the text, you saw the big tie, which is basically the money part too.
Yeah. For some reason, that text displays really slowly, too.
Yeah.
It's very odd.
It's probably done intentionally to emphasize, but it's just what?
So I'm actually going to go into the shop, and I'm going to buy items again. More to strengthen my magic power, because Priest has a lower base magic than Wizard, so I need all the power I can get to kill units. Then we're going to save, because there's a green dot crossing. Good. And let's begin. So, very interestingly, in Golden Coal City, there are two chemists who will always be Libra.
Yeah.
This is extremely important as to why you have to buy the Wizard Staff and the Magic Gauntlet, because that extra 2 MA makes all the difference of getting a more consistent kill on those 2 units. If you don't buy the Wizard Staff and the Magic Gauntlet, you will more likely than not fail to kill on the 2 chemists because of their bad compatibility. So, people probably know about Olan. In case you don't know, he is Orlando's foster son. And he has an ability called Galaxy Stop, or Celestial Stasis in the War Alliance version, which hits all targets like Math Skill, but we don't want him to use it because it does no damage, and it's a waste of time and has a very long animation. So what does he do? He's obviously going to cast it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's also one of the more broken abilities in the game.
And then we're just going to do our thing and hopefully kill everybody off so I don't have to watch it. If Galaxy Stop goes off, it's like a 3-second loss.
Yeah, it's pretty big animation.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. If it did damage, it wouldn't be as big of an issue, but it does not do damage. So.
Any casual playthrough, you're gonna appreciate it.
Yeah.
Because it pretty much inflicts stop.
It inflicts stop, don't move, and don't act. It's basically like he has math skill for those 3 specific skills, just that they're at like a 50% chance or something.
Yeah, it's percent chance to hit. On top of that, I think it would never ever hit anything that's hit Zodiac as well. So
I don't know about the specifics of that, so I can't comment. But
I'm pretty sure that was one of the things about it. When we reported about it, though, it never hit the same thing as the Zodiac.
that's interesting to know.
Yeah.
But anyways, we didn't get to see it, so that's
you're not gonna see it here.
If you see it, it's usually pretty bad. Like, again, it's like a 30-second time loss. And then it might not even hit the enemies, so that's very
you
frustrating.
might miss everything.
And then he might use it again, just because he can. So,
That's only gonna happen if you don't kill everything in one hit.
like, I guess in a casual playthrough, you wouldn't worry about it, but if you're doing like an RTA or a speedrun of this game, it's very, very frustrating for him to run around and repeatedly cast Galaxy Stop. Alright, short menu here. I'm gonna set short charge, because there's going to be a battle coming up at the Lasalia Imperial Capital. And we're gonna fight a figure who most people will remember being on top of a rooftop church and being a big joke. So, what's gonna happen in that particular battle is that it's an assassination battle, but there's no good math to use to isolate the unit that we want to kill. So instead, because the starting position is actually very close to where Ramza starts, I'm gonna equip short charge, and that will make the holy, because Ramza's a priest, remember, basically only 1 clock tick to resolve, and that will basically one-shot boss for, how much was it? I think it was 327 points of damage.
Yeah.
But it might fluctuate because it kind of depends on whether Ramza has his magic point.
Yeah, the target is Inquisitor of the Church, and he is very, very zealous, so he will get nuked very hard.
Yeah, he has like 78 faith or something. It's very
Okay.
high.
Very high.
We have a $50 donation from Operio. We all want it. Let's reach the goal. Flex.
Flux.
And as a reminder, if you donate $5 at the very least during the Final Fantasy Tactics run, you have a chance to win a copy of this game.
Provided provided by Bullijin.
Yes.
Provided by our good friend Legion.
Who apparently wants Ventus to happen.
Yep.
Multiple times.
So this is kind of the first time Alma has seen his brother use Almagoose.
His sister.
Or, sorry. Well, Alma's seeing his brother. Her brother. It's late, excuse me. So,
Yeah.
basically at this point, use Almagoose reveals everything he's found out about the plot. And then obviously she asks him, is the leader party to the plot?
Because why not?
Because why not? But basically her motivations are along the same lines. She does not want to see someone else become another Tetra. Zal Lunsada, hearsay examiner. Heretic, use Almagoose. You will come with us. Alright, Zalmo, if you say so. So you notice how Zalmo's standing very nicely singled out on top of where the rest of his units are instead of staying back. So, we're going to give you a nice little present.
Yeah. Before you spell.
Bye, Zalmo.
You heretic, don't fear God.
I'll fix you! Yes,
Great
Zalmo.
line.
Please fix me. So that was Salia Gate. Very, very, very fast. If you try to use math skill, the optimal math I believe is like level 4, because Zalmo's like level 4, but the problem is Rams is usually 24, so you have to risk hitting yourself. Which is usually fine actually, because
Yeah,
Alma's level 3, so it's not a problem, it's just you have to watch an extra
He doesn't
animation.
Mustadio because he's in your party.
Yeah, you have to deploy Mustadio, but he's like level 12, so you have to watch 2 extra animations. On top of, I don't know if any of the other enemies are level 4, but
Maybe one, I think.
but yeah, that's why short charge is superior. So because use Almagoose is now Heretic use Almagoose, he cannot approach the monastery, so he has to take his sister with him.
Yeah, because she was also raised there.
Yeah, apparently. The fact that she was associated with the heretic doesn't make her anything more suspicious. Question mark?
Ah,
Nice random battle.
yep.
Then I'm about to begin the Orbon Monastery series, which is going to be 3 battles in a row. And all 3 of them are actually very quick, outside of the first one, I think. The first one has some
Alright.
variability, yeah, but the other 2 are assassination battles, so
Yeah.
as long as you don't mess up, they're very fast.
Yeah, the first one has the
Right.
unfortunate feature of having multiple lancers who both have high HP, heavy armor, and shields with mantles.
Yeah, the worst part about that is that the stores right now just introduced the Iga Shield. The Iga Shield has a 50% evasion rate, and unfortunately, we will not be able to check to see what type of shield they have equipped. So, I'm actually going to open this fight with CT3 Holy, but in an RTA type style run, or PB run, I would actually always open with Flare. Because Flare is generally faster if you can get the run round, but there's the risk that they have the Iga Shield, which ends up taking longer. Also, the Lancers can potentially reach you and do a lot of damage. I have MP switch, so I should be fine. But, yeah, that is the very first battle. But I'm also going to set Float for Ramza, because the levels in that fight are actually divided in, I believe it's like a height series of 6. So height 3, as long as Ramza is floating, is actually a very good backup strat if I can't kill the enemies, because it will hit everybody else. And in case I haven't talked about Float, setting Float increases Ramza's current height by 1, and that makes him floating.
Yeah, so you mean all Earth element attacks?
Yeah, that is also the only time we're going to set Float. I should set Magic Attack up, otherwise I'm not going to get any kills.
Yeah.
Very important. So Ramza's placing it back there to delay the Lancers, basically.
Yeah, it's the most convenient spot that's away from a lot of the lancers.
Yeah.
Just out of the range.
So Shrine Knights are after the Holy Stones now. And because Ramza knows the shrine, the holy stones turn people into giant goat demons, he's trying to prevent them from
demons. He turned into Oogie Boogie.
Well, we're about to see goat demons. Goat demons, Oogie Boogie, same thing. It's similar enough.
Just ugly monsters.
So this is kind of where the plot gets less political and more Final Fantasy-ish.
Yeah. So it moves out. Just goes to the realm of fantasy.
Alright.
Thanks, good start. So yeah, I think this library has 4 sets. Their heights are sets of 6.
Yeah.
And that 4 lines would have to be, staircase. Multiple 3.
Ooh, just right. I got money saying he's a cancer.
I don't think.
Probably. Probably 49. That's not low enough to be 45.
Yeah, he has floor here to increase his height by 1, otherwise he would hit himself.
Yep. That's why I have to set floats. Actually, the only map for this is not type 3, it's CP3. But flow makes it such that if I have to use a backup because the levels are in destinations of 6, it's very easy to reach. If he has a ice shield, that will hit him.
Ice shield makes it too lagging
Yep.
for whatever reason.
Well, they have to make the shields distinguished in some way. Alright, so that is UBS2.
Yeah, but you imagine it's weak to fire. But it has fire instead.
Well.
It
I
has
have no
fire.
explanation.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm now going to do another menu. I'm going to remove float, because every single time float is set, it costs the opening 2 seconds, so it's not worth holding on to. Then I'm going to put the headgear onto Ramza, or use Almagoose, sorry. And what this will do is, in this particular battle, the goal is to kill Islude. But Islude, there's no map to actually hit Islude properly at the start. So remember the entire tie break thing I talked about at the very beginning of this run. By setting my speed to 8, I will actually have equivalent speed to Islude, but the tie break will go in Islude's favor. And by placing Ramza in this specific position, it will lure Islude's AI into a specific tile that will isolate him from the rest of the enemies, and then I will do Counter Flare. And because Ramza is level 24, it will do 319. If you are level 25, it will do like 339. So, he will move right there, height 9. So, open with height 3 flare. I'm just gonna check it hits him. And it's not gonna hit anybody else. We used it, before we found that float actually cost you time, you actually enter this battle with float, but it doesn't make a difference. Because you're standing on 7 height tile, which means that you're actually on 8 height, which is not divisible by 3, so...
Yeah, so...
Interestingly enough, equipping float does not affect any other battle where you have to use height. So that's part of the reason why it also stuck around for a while. Because nobody noticed until DLCC pointed out that it seemed to take a bit longer.
Yeah, so it loads up all the units standing in position, and then when the battle finally starts, it loads up status effects and they go through animation. So you'll see Randall just like standing there and it'll just start floating.
Alright, and then after this battle, I have to re-equip the Green Beret onto Ramza. This is very important, because I actually need to beat Weegraf to the punch here. If he gets his first turn, he will come down and then lightning stab me for about 140 plus points of damage. And because I have the Green Beret and the Wizard Robe, which are very outdated pieces of equipment at this point in terms of HP, and he has good compatibility with me, he will actually one-shot me with lightning stab.
Yeah, Weegraf is
That is very bad.
He is very powerful.
So, I need to beat him to the punch. Fun little trivia for you, for those of you that have stuck around for the entire run. The map you used to kill Weegraf in this fight is the exact same map you used to kill him at the very start in the window shed. Unless you were crazy like Elmoose.
Keep resistant.
So, there's a gamble option to hit him with Flare, but if Flare misses, you're in a whole lot of trouble. I believe you can retreat, and if you move farthest away from Weegraf, it will actually, he'll not actually be able to hit you with Lightning Stab. But, Don't count my word on it. I haven't tried it. I just know it's very, very risky to use Flare because there's a 25% chance for dodge. So, all the Shrine Knights are leaving now because they got the Holy Stone. And because we nuked Regraph the Kingdom Come, he's now on the verge of death, but he has not accomplished his goal of trying to avenge his sister, Meluda. So, because he realizes he's dying and he cannot accomplish his goal, he's going to make a pact with the devil, aka the Zukavi, aka the Holy Stone in this case. Because it's going to magically start speaking to him.
Yeah, stone contact's always in very desperate times.
Yeah. So, because Ramza has seen what happened to Quackling, he is going to tell Regraph to quote unquote don't open that, even though it can't really be opened. Holder of the Holy Stone. Promise me.
Translation becomes really special around here.
Yeah. Especially the,
You can add more than one if you want.
Nice.
I'd help you out since you couldn't go make your own.
Thank you.
We have a 248 anonymous donation. I can donate to a worthy cause and make someone play blindfold for my amusement. Sign me up. It's been a great event so far, and there's still a lot of cool extras you can chip in towards. So keep those donations and promotions coming. Every little bit helps. We have a $20 anonymous donation. Awesome run of my favorite game of all time, Runner's Choice.
Runner's Choice. Alright.
Let's see any of the incentives that have not been made. There's a humor program, 15 out of $100 for Mega Man Battle Network 3. Or there's the Bed
I think
War.
I'm gonna put it towards the Wild Arms Ace showcase. If that's possible. Because that is actually very, very cool. And I believe it definitely deserves a showing.
Yeah, that's currently 40 out of 300.
Yes, I will put that towards there.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the person who donated that. Alright. Now there's a bunch of cutscenes that has to happen. So let's talk a little bit about what is going on with the plot, even though I've been pretty much describing it more or less scene for scene. So at this point, the Shrine Knights have captured Alma, but they realize that because they left in a hurry because Riemza was after them, they didn't get everything that they wanted, is implied. So, in particular, when Simon, aka the guy in the yellow robe, was dying, he knew how to save Alma, so he gives Use Almagoose the Germanic scriptures. And the scriptures are basically kind of a telling of Saint Ajora's life, aka it's a document that the church is very interested in, and actually reveals the fact that Saint Ajora was not so much a holy god as much as a regular guy. So the church is afraid of this document because they realize that it will be very, very detrimental to their, what's the word I'm looking for? Not story, but very detrimental to their image. So they want to reacquire this book, which is why they send out one of their agents, the exotic wizard, which you saw. He's exotic because his skin color is apparently different. So, well, there's no other reason for calling him an exotic wizard. We don't know why. So, he's apparently after Ramza, and he actually asks you, have you read the Germanic scriptures? And you can lie to him, even if you've never read it like we have. But I already know what's inside it, so I just described it the nutshell version for you. So, because they kidnapped his sister, now Ramza is going to go all the way to the enemy's lair to rescue her. But the exotic wizard makes a threat to say that he must bring the scriptures with him. Meanwhile, back in the territory of the Order of the Southern Sky, aka the Nainton, Ophelia is basically trapped inside a castle, very much like a monastery, because she's basically being used as a figurehead at this point. So she laments her life because she feels she suffered for absolutely nothing, because because she's not an actual princess. So Delita tries to comfort her because they realize that they have similarities in common. And Delita at this point is very driven. He's a Machiavellian type of personality at this point. He's going to do whatever he can to achieve his goals. Let's see, save. I don't need to do any manual.
We have a $40 donation from Aussie. As promised, $5 for every legendary drop. I've been suggested to put this towards Ventus in Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep by my trusted and not trolly friend Vuligen. And as a reminder, if you donate at least $5 during this run, you can win a copy of Final Fantasy Tactics.
You'll actually get the copy we're playing on right now. So it's a special copy of sorts.
It's a good thing you donated $5.
So we see more of the effects of the war in the battle at Grog Hill. So these are actually named deserters. So they think that Ramza is after them. But in reality, he doesn't want to fight, but they don't believe him. So a fight starts. As for the actual gameplay battle itself, not a whole lot to say. But if I have to use a backup, then I'll talk a little bit more about it. So the most important thing is that the camps are dead. The camps aren't dead. They can revive their friends, and it's very bad. So let's see what happens. Alright, both camps are dead. That's very good. Is that one round? No, very close to it.
The upcoming game that we have, Tales of Gilia, there are 2 bid wars that are in that game. There is the costume theme. Currently, Maids and Butlers is still winning at $76, but behind there's the swimsuits at $66. And the other bid war is story choice. You can choose either Mila or Jude's story. Mila currently at $45 and Jude at $10.
So I didn't mention the backup there because it was not the backup I had intended to use. But basically at this point, the enemies have 7 speed and Rams has 9 speed. So there's actually a way to realign and resynchronize your CTs together so that you can hit all the enemies again. And it depends on whether or not they move or act. But if there's only a single unit, it's not really worth using that backup because you can isolate that unit pretty easily. Here, Olan tells Goose that he appreciates the fact that they hunted the deserters for him. But obviously he's not, that was not his goal. And this is just more of the effects of the war, as you can see. So there are people getting killed. Rams is not very happy about it. And it reveals why, at the very beginning of this chapter, Olan was kind of surprised to learn of Yus Albagoos's identity. Because he saw the wanted poster about a heretic. At that time, apparently, he was already a heretic. I'm gonna save here because there's a very infamous battle that's coming up. And there is a very, very slight chance that I will lose the fight before I get to do anything. So, I'm sure a lot of the FFT players knows what can potentially happen. So the objective of this particular level is to protect Rafa. But unfortunately, the ninjas are, I believe they are also 9 speed. They could potentially be faster. But it means that they will get their turns before I can nuke them. And that's unfortunately very bad because Rafa is not very durable. So they can hit Rafa and kill her before I get to do anything. The only one solace I have is that Rafa does have an elf mantle equipped and all the ninjas use are physical attacks. So there is a chance for Rafa to dodge those even if it will kill her. But again, trying to rely on odds when you can afford not to is usually not a very good idea. So the ninjas are gonna move. Yo, nice slasher. Alright, she dodged one. Moves to cancer. 88. Then we get the third ninja. Alright. Then it's Ramses' turn. So because the ninjas are equal or faster speed than Ramses, I'm actually going to use Hyper Prime Flare to hit all of them at once. Now there's only 2 units on this field who can potentially survive. And that's either Malik himself, aka the Exotic Wizard, or the back summoner over there that has not yet been hit. And then just survived. Almavis's girlfriend. Yep. Guarded. This is very bad. Because one of the ninjas survived and the summoner lived. So there's a chance that I might get killed. Or rather, Rafa will get killed.
I have an announcement to make.
Yep.
The Final Fantasy Mystic Quest blindfolded run donation incentive got met.
Alright, very nice. Very nice.
That's exciting. I know he's practicing right now.
Alright, so now that she's charging her evasion's gone. So this is going to be a kill as long as her fate isn't too terrible. Excellent. So that is kind of risky. Because if the ninjas survive and they were smart and they chased Rafa out, she can potentially take more damage than she can handle. So we're done with Yagyu. Not Yagyu, sorry, but done with Yardo. They all start with Y, excuse me.
And continuing on with the blindfold donation, there's another incentive during the Final Fantasy Mystic to have the blindfold run go even further.
Very, very nice.
How far does that go?
Squid Eye.
Alright, so this is kind of where the plot gets a little sidetracked. We find a little background information about the Galtana siblings, aka the Exotic Wizard, and his sister. But this doesn't really have anything to do with the main plot. So this is kind of a off-beaten road, which is kind of weird. But we basically go and we have to help out these guys, because Ramza is the eternal good guy. Good guy Ramza realizes that his sister's in trouble, but decides to save other people in the meantime. Then I'm going to have to access a shop, and there's a bunch of menu that has to happen. So I'm going to buy a Wizard Rod. And I'm also going to buy 2 sprint shoes and 108 gems. This will all be relevant very quickly. Then I'm going to change Ramza back into a wizard, because now with the sprint shoes and the green beret, Ramza can hit 9 speed regardless of what class he's in. So I don't need to worry about being in a priestess class anymore. Then I'm going to change Mustadio to equip a bunch of equipment, but I'm going to strip his armor. And I'm going to give him the sprint shoes, so he's also 9 speed. Then I'm going to remove all of Rafa's equipment. So this is going to be the setup that we're approaching. And we're going to head to the next battle, which is Yugyo Woods.
You're right, they all do start with Y. They all do start with Y.
They do start with Y, yeah. Very easy to get confused. So this is another route chapter, which of course means more CT3 flaring at enemies. But an important note is the fact that with this particular level, sometimes the mages will have white robes. And the white robes have lightning damage, which is one of the weaknesses of using Bolt as an attack spell. So even if the enemies survive with paper thin HP, I'm still going to use Flare to get the kill on them. There was one run I did where one of the units had like 60 something HP left, and I used Bolt 3, and it only dealt like 40 damage. So don't risk the Bolt 3, just use the Flare. Also, that's going to hit Rafa, which is intended. So let's see what happens. Right. Nice. Alright. The one that's guaranteed. Because the remnants do not have enough HP. Magic domination. So it's gonna one-shot all of them. Another excellent one round. Spiritual Force, I never want to come back. And we never will use Self Abuse. We never will. And once you trek through Yu-Gi-Oh! Woods, we are actually going to be at Ryovate's castle, which is where we're supposed to be to rescue our dear sister Elna. So we find out a bit more about Barrington. He's not exactly a very good guy, as we've already seen. In the past cutscene with Rafa, we find out that she actually burned down their village so that he can take their skills for himself. So he's not a very good guy. No disappeared Barrington this time. If you hit the text box and get rid of it within 2 frames, Barrington's sprite actually disappears. But that didn't happen. So he's trying to talk the Shrine Knights into an alliance because he understands the plot that is going on behind the scenes. But, spoilers alert, the Shrine Knight consists of one guy who we know has already been possessed by a goat demon. So how much do you want to bet that the other guy, Vormath, is also possessed by some sort of demon? P.S. Don't place any bets on that, it's a very bad idea. So, because he's essentially trying to make a deal with the devil, let's just say it doesn't work out very well for him. And of course, Vormath sends out his men to do his other work, while he takes care of quote-unquote negotiations. That's all happening inside a castle right now. We're not supposed to know this as you sell the goose. We're just outside a castle. No menuing needed, because I already set myself up. And off we go. So, Mustadio has the Mithril Gun from one of the battles that I finished off. And he's set up to have 9 speed in that position to get a turn before Ramza, which will allow him to take care of Rafa by shooting her and remove her out of the fight. This will also cause Malik to leave the fight, which saves a bunch of dialogue and saves 2 spell animations, because they will no longer be there. And because Mustadio has the same speed as Ramza, after his turn he's essentially at 0 CT, so Mustadio won't be hit. So guns have just standard line of fire sight, more or less, so it goes in a straight line. So even though that's within his minimum range, if I'm targeting a square outside of it, the bullet will travel to hit the target in its path, then it will. So you can fire inside minimum range, which is very important to note if it's a human player. The AI doesn't know how to do that, so you never have to. Right. How many units survive? Just the one? Or is this a 1 round? It's a 1 round.
I've never seen this be a 1 round.
This 1 round is not too common, but it's also not uncommon. Chapter 4 battles, that's where the 1 rounds get very uncommon. Because they have more HP, they have more evasion. At this point, it's still relatively doable, so it's not too bad. Apparently, you selling Goose is bringing me all the run luck outside of the Mandalia battle. Alright. So the next battle that occurs is also very infamous for a lot of players of this game. Basically, there are 2 parts to the next fight. There is a duel with Weegraf as a human, and then we're going to duel him as a sheep demon with our support, which is just Mustadio. But again, this is Ramza with math skill. So, the odds are vastly in our favor as long as we know what we're doing. Most of the time for most players when they hit this battle, it's a big kind of stumbling block because for most people, if they haven't figured out the job system, you tend to level up only one job, which is usually like Knight, and Knight's not very good in this fight. You can win it because people have done it on Knight SCCs and SSCCs, which are basically just challenges using only one class. But you have to play smart and you have to have proper equipment and know what you're doing. Another common method for taking care of this fight is to use the yellow accumulate strat, which we've seen in Chapter 1, and then just superpower Ramza to levels where he will basically one-shot Regraph. In this case, though, we have math skills, so it's equally broken. So here's what's going to happen. At the very start of this fight, Ramza is going to move one space forward, which will activate what's called the CT trick in this fight. For some reason, if you kill Regraph off in this fight after moving, Ramza will begin the next fight with a full CT bar, which means he gets an instant turn. And because he's 9 speed, he will get a second turn before everyone moves. So he will have an instant double turn, which allows us to kill Velius off without him taking a single action. And by moving one space forward and using Holy, it guarantees Regraph's death, because we have good compatibility with him, and our fate is high, and so is his. So the proper math to use is CT through Holy. Alright. Goodbye, Regraph. So, in fact, if you have any mage class, this fight is a complete joke. It's really only if you haven't really figured out charge times in the job system, this fight is actually... The first part of this fight is hard. If you've been experimenting with classes, this fight is usually not too bad. If you're stuck with just the Knight, though, this is actually very tricky. Of course, the second part is really where the fun begins, because Velius also has a bunch of support, his arcade demons, but in this case, they will not be relevant at all, because I'll have an instant double turn. Which means I will actually 2-hit KO Velius and kill him before he moves. Alright. 563 times 1. times 2, and good night. Velius only has, I think, the maximum HP he can have is like 1,100. So 2 563s is way more than he can handle. And that is one of the most infamous battles in the game, done without any issue whatsoever. So, the power of math compels you. Now, there's no menuing for the next battle either. Rooftop usually presents an issue because the objective is to basically critical one of the enemy units. But if Rafa dies during that battle, you lose the fight. And again, Rafa's not very durable and her AI is not very smart. But the assassins only have 8 speed, so being 9 speed lets us take a turn before they do. So I don't have to do what's more commonly known as the naked strat, where you strip down one of your units. And by doing that, it causes the AI to prioritize your own units versus Rafa. Instead, we're just going to go first, and then we're just going to nuke one of the assassins to Kingdom Come. So as you can see, this is the result of Vormav. He is not apparently human, but this should not be news. So during this particular cutscene, he finds out that Alma apparently is a suitable host for the Lucavi god. So instead of killing her, he decides to kidnap her. And thus begins Ramses' quest in all of Chapter 4 to attempt to save his sister. Again, this is kind of where the politics start to fall off, and it's more about space goat demons.
As a reminder, if you donate a minimum of $5 during this run, you can have a chance to win a copy of this game, Final Fantasy Tactics. In fact, the copy that's being played right now that has been donated by Vulgin.
Yes, you get the copy of the Speedrun disc. So there's more backstory behind the twins at this point. It's very subtly hinted that Barrington basically abused Rafa, but the translation's not very good at hinting that. It's much more clear in the Borderlines version if you've played it. So Malik here overhears this conversation, so he realizes finally that Barrington's a bad guy. Tries to save his sister, but he gets shot and is apparently quote-unquote dead. So Barrington wants control of the Holy Stones because he's a guy who wants all the power. But here comes apparently, I guess, two beautiful women who just chuck him off the roof. So we haven't seen Marquis Elmdor in quite a bit. If you actually read the lore behind FFT, he actually died in battle during the Civil War. So, which is why Rams is very surprised to see Marquis Elmdor, because he thought that Elmdor was apparently dead. So Elmdor will always do that as a first move. But it doesn't matter in this case. I put on Flare. Good night. So yes, that solves the rooftop battle without any problems whatsoever. By being 9 speed and being a math magician. And with that, Chapter 3 comes to a close. We are approaching the end of the game with Chapter 4. Fortunately, Chapter 4 is also one of the longer chapters, after 2 relatively short chapters, so we get into a lot more depth, because Chapter 4 also has a lot more Zodiac Demon battles, whereas we've only fought one at the end of every chapter so far. So things are about to get quite a bit more interesting. We've skipped from using Bolt 3 to using Flare during the stint when Ramza was a priest because he needed the extra killing power. But we're about to enter a phase where we're also going to stop using Flare and use Holy War because the enemies are going to start having much more magic evasion to the point where the one rounding with Flare is basically a slim to nil chance of occurring. So there's some surprise from Ramza because at this point he's only seen the Holy Stones do bad things. But apparently it revived Malik for us. So at this point they contemplate a bit about what the Holy Stones actually do. And I want you to pay attention to the translation of these following lines, especially the ones coming out of Ramza's mouth, and see if you can make any sense of it. Because it's pretty great if you've never seen it.
And as a reminder, this is RPG Limit Break. It's a charity speedrunning marathon being held in Salt Lake City, Utah. Speedrunners from across the US, Canada, and Australia have gathered to crush role-playing games and support charity. RPG Limit Break is partnered with the National Alliance on Mental Illness, a US-based charity which advocates for the mentally ill and provides support services for individuals and families living with mental illness.
And this is the line in particular that I'm referring to. See if you can decipher what he's trying to say. We'll wait for most of it to appear before we voice it over, because it's pretty great. I didn't think the god made holy stones, but more evil. Well, Lucavi made them to land in this world. Your guess as to what that means is as good as mine. But supposedly, the theory behind it is that maybe the holy stones were created by the Lucavi and then they were handed into this world, but they may not have the powers that they originally thought they did. At least that's a subtle conclusion one can attempt to make from that bungled translation. But it's pretty great, because Ramses seems like his mind has apparently been blown off, and he just says random words. And yeah, we're into chapter 4. But before that, there's a recruitment option. So in the old version of the route, you actually used to take Rafa with you. But now that the new version of the route, we just use with Stadio. So we do not need to keep either of the Wonder Twins. So they're both dismissed.
We have a $20 donation from Man of the Wild Voolagin. I've heard that Ventus is a very underrated story, and I'd love to see it on display on this stage. Let Ventus see the spotlight. A lot more people named Voolagin than I had originally thought there were.
It's the Villagin clone army. Apparently it's happening. Clonogen? Clonogen sounds good. It's better than Vula clone, it doesn't have the same ring to it. Alright, so now we enter the 4th chapter of the game. Some cutscenes. Here we find out that Orlando actually possesses a holy stone. And this will become slightly more relevant later down the line. Of course, Orlando suspects something is going on with the church, so he sent his son, his foster son Olan, to investigate. But Olan has not yet been able to find out any information yet. And remember that the church is trying to get hold of the holy stones for the Zodiac Brave folklore, so Orlando knows that something is going on. But he can't quite put his finger on what it is yet. So I'm gonna save, because I have to cross over 2 green dots. Alright, we made it past the first one. Let's see if we can pass the second. Alright, good. Dogula Pass. So Ramses is on his way to rendezvous with Delita, who, if you remember, is now part of the Nainton troops by gaining Galtana's trust earlier. So he's going to try and rendezvous with Delita at the church in Zeltania. And before doing that, he has to get through these guarded areas in the Nainton side of the country. So this is kind of what this battle's about. For the actual strategy itself, well, I'm sure you already know what's coming. This is also the last battle where the move or act / move and act synchronization is relevant. this battle, the synchronization is a little off. I can't use the CT trick anymore. So we'll start having very good speeds. Alright, that's that way. Let's see what they do. Okay. Moves. Moves. Alright, so they move 4 acts, so CT will hit them. And I'm gonna use Holy. So this trick works basically all of late chapter 2 to the very start of chapter 4. That guy's gonna die because he's too high faith, and I don't want to do evasion to him, so we just need the holy. Alright, good backup. Now we move into a more populated area, into Bernervia Free City. And surprise, surprise, there's another battle. I'm gonna deploy Mastadio, even though it doesn't matter where he actually is. Again, this is to skip the PBF formation that normally appears in a 2B PBF map, because we only have Mastadio, we only need to deploy one additional unit, and then it skips the PBF. So, we're gonna find out that Milialdul, who is Islud's younger sister, is trying to avenge her older brother. So this is an assassination battle, which means that I get to single her out. In this case, good old level 5 holy.
We have a $5 donation from Anonymous. Absolutely outstanding work on the commentary, Tide. Very insightful from both a speedrunning and narrative perspective. Thank you for all your selfless work this week. My father's side of the family struggles with bipolar disorder, and speaking from experience, charities like these can make a huge difference in a person's life. Keep up the good work. I'll be donating more throughout the week. This goes to the runner's choice.
Alright. I'll probably donate that to the Ace Showcase, because I do really want it to happen. So, let's talk a bit more about what's going to happen following the couple next battles. So after Berner Free City, Ramza travels to a river. Nice river, filled with good old chocobos. So Ramza's position in some of these battles actually do not seem to matter, but we have to position him anyway. This is because Ramza sometimes will have a fixed position, even though he can be put differently onto a different part of the PBF. But remember how the tie-breaking rules work. So this is why Ramza's position in these maps will matter. Because if I need him to go first or I need him to go second, he needs to be placed specifically in certain spots to ensure that happens. So in this fight itself, I'm actually going to use both three. Because the chocobos usually do not have a lot of HP. I'm actually most worried about the red chocobos, because the red chocobos have the highest chances of having HP. Survive the both three. Alright, good. And now I'm just going to have Mustadio shoot a pig. Because he's just that type of guy. So this is faster than trying to do math. At any time, if you can use a physical attack, or if we use a map skill, and it will still kill someone, the physical attack is probably going to be your preferred option. There's actually a bunch of different backups for Finath if more than one chocobo lives. But, like, I've never figured out what you're supposed to do with those additional backups. So, also partially because I've never seen it happen to myself. So it's there. There's stuff to learn, but it's never been impactful or relevant for me particularly. This is actually a very well done scene in Board Alliance. There's a complete voiceover and everything. So Ramza asks the leader straight out what he's trying to accomplish. So the leader reveals the grand plot to him, which is, we've already talked about, Church is trying to gain power, and they're purposely causing a war so that the commoners or the civilians will lose trust in the royal family. And Ramza tries to figure out what the leader's motive is and what the Shrine Knight's motive is, but the leader assures him that his motives are completely different. And Ramza tries to understand why, and the leader more or less reveals that he's in love with Ovelia. So that kind of changes his perspective on what he's trying to do. So he's still trying to take control of Evilise because he believes Evilise to be basically rotten. But now he has a completely new goal of what he wants to try and accomplish at the same time. And of course we get interrupted from our talk because of Zamulun Sada, Hearsay Examiner. Watch his face go in despair. So I can randomly lose anywhere between, well, sorry, I can lose between 6 to 10 seconds here, depending on what happens. Because Ramza's level is usually about 27 to 28, the leader's level is occasionally either 25 or 30. And if he's either of those, then I have to watch an extra holy animation. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Alright, good. So yeah, this battle is kind of a joke, because the leader, on a casual playthrough, can sometimes even one-shot Zalmo on his own by getting like a crit, because his sword skills do not have any height tolerance, so you can get a crit on lightning stab and sometimes just one-shot Zalmo. If you have Lancers, like I did the very first time, you can actually jump up to where Zalmo is and then poke him 2 times with a spear, and he usually dies. So it's not a very not meant to be a very challenging battle. So far, most of Chapter 4 has been relatively docile, but it's about to get very interesting. But the next battle actually gets very interesting. So we're going to head to Bed Desert afterwards, because the leader reveals to Ramza that the 2 armies are actually about to clash at Beth's Sluice, because Larg wants to free the queen to kind of ensure that Orneus becomes the king, or becomes the king, but because he's too young to rule, Larg will actually have control as regent, and Goltana wants to stop that. So they're going to be fighting at the sluice. So Ramza vows to try to stop the bloodshed between the 2 armies, which the leader is secretly going excellent, because it's exactly as he's planned. So there's also a woman beside the leader who is assigned to watch over him in case he betrays the church. But it's not very well explored, and I'll explain a little bit more about that. First though, a menu. You have to open the formation screen, and we're going to equip Ramza with the 108 gems that we bought back in Chapter 3, and then the Angel Ring we just won onto Mustadio. This is because in Bed Desert, the objective is just to kill Balk. But unfortunately for us, Balk has the very annoying defensive passive abilities, Defense Up and Magic Defense Up, so he actually takes very little damage. And on top of that, his Faith and Compatibility are quite neutral, so Ramza doesn't actually deal enough damage even with a boosted Holy from the 108 gems to get the kill on him. So instead, this is where Mustadio comes in. If you do not have Mustadio for this, and you try to use someone like Agrius, she will not have the speed to help Ramza pick off Balk after Balk takes his initial shot, and you see what I mean. The positioning for this fight is very exact as well. So because you start off this fight always poisoned, you have to place Ramza and Mustadio in very specific positions such that you get the Angel Ring to activate, because the re-race is very important for this strategy to work. So Mustadio is going to take a shot after eating a shot from Balk, which will do 40 damage. Then Ramza will use a spell and then kill Balk. Again, Ramza's position here does not theoretically matter, but in practicality it does, because it affects turn order, and in this case it also affects the accessories effects. fun little factor. It's possible to actually save more time here if Mustadio has 108 HP. Because if he has 108 HP and bulk procs of Ice One, which is the most common ability that comes from the gun, he will survive like this with 1 HP, and we do not have to see the re-raise text go off, because he will die after his gunshot, but it will not matter, because Ramza will get a turn, and CT Prime Holy destroys bulk for 348 points of damage, I believe.
So what are the chances of this guy having one or need hit points like that?
It's completely random, unfortunately. You don't have a lot of control over it. It's very nice if he does, but if he doesn't, like, it's not the end of the world. Cause it's only like a 1 or 2 second save. Also, it doesn't even matter if bulk procs an Ice 2 or an Ice 3, which he can, because he's using a spell gun, which has a 60% chance of using a level 1 spell, 30% chance of a level 2 spell, and a 10% chance of a level 3 spell. So if he rolls the 40% chance of not using a level 1 spell, then him having 108 HP doesn't even matter. So. And now, in this scene, we find out basically what the church has done. They basically framed Orlando and tried to basically convince Goltana that he's secretly plotting with the church to overthrow Goltana. So he has Orlando arrested, even though Orlando has been his most trusted aide and soldier for the past 20 years. Hint, Goltana's not a very smart man.
We have a $9.99 donation from Richard Hawk. Here's another donation to match the damage of the Falcon Punch. Ty's doing great with both math and commentary.
Let's see. Few items. I have to re-equip the sprint shoes. Then I'm gonna remove this and this. Lock the stadium. And ready to go. North Wall. Selecting North Wall is very important. Especially in any percent. Because in the South Wall there's a ninja. That ninja has 10 speed, which is faster than anything you can do. And we've discussed over this, but it's possible for the ninja to have like flails and axes learned. So if he throws a Morning Star or throws a slasher at you, that's 160 points of damage. Because you're still using the Green Beret and Wizard Robe from Chapter 2. Ramza's HP is like 157, so he gets one-shotted. So it's very dangerous if you decide to do South. This is very unlikely to be a one-round. Yep, there we go. One survivor. 2 survivors. Alright, 1 dead. 2 dead. 3. Alright, I have 3 survivors, which is very bad. Okay, 16.
We have an $8.50 anonymous donation. First of all, the donations are now over 9,000.
Very nice.
Second, I would like to put this to making the sprite's name in Secret of Mana 7-up. Also, Tide's commentary has been excellent in keeping the viewers up to speed with what he's doing. Can you thank him for all this? Thank you, Tide.
You're welcome. Okay, this is very bad because I can't seem to hit him without hitting myself. Let's gamble. Alright, good. Every single parameter, in case you were wondering, would hit Rams. Height, experience, level, and CT. I checked all 4. so I have to slow down a bit there. I know that Demi is a thing that you can use, but I wanted to check what Ice one was, but it would have killed Ramza, which is not surprising. And time for the riskiest battle in this entire run. So I'm gonna go over the cutscene very briefly, and then I'm gonna talk about what has to happen. So in this particular scene, after we reach Breathless Sluice and we break through the north wall, we find out that from the Bed Desert cutscene that the Shrine Knights have actually spread poison to deter the armies from killing each other, because in the confusion they want to kill off the leaders. If the leaders are all dead, they figured the soldiers would feel, I guess, hopeless, and they would agree to a truce or mediation and surrender in that case, and make the church the almighty powerful source in Ivalice. So that's what all the poison and the things are flying around for. And in this case, we find out Dice Dark is even more of a backstabbing jerk, unfortunate dude, because he goes and kills his own ward. So Dice Dark is not a very nice guy. Now, on to the actual sluice fight. First, I'm gonna save, because there's a very real chance that I can lose the run here. Then I'm going to talk about what has to happen. So first, I'm going to change Ramza back into a Squire, because he needs to have 8 speed and all the durability he can get for this next part. Then he's going to equip Time Magic for this one particular battle. He has short charge and he has teleport, no MP switch. Then I'm going to best fit him and he's going to equip the White Robe. Mustadio is already set, so this is what we're essentially walking into the fight with. And the objective of this next map is to open or flip 2 levers on the side of the dam sluice gate, and basically that will end the level if you reach the 2 levers. The problem is there's 2 knights who are planted on top of the levers, and the only way to get them to move is to trigger their AI into thinking that Rams is the only unit left. So because you're forced to deploy Mustadio, we can't dismiss him. We have to get Mustadio killed, and then Rams has to teleport to the switches and activate them. The first teleport is 2 range outside of Rams' movement, so it only has an 80% chance of success. If it fails, I have to use Quick, which only has a 72% chance of reacting. And if that Quick fails, then, well, it gets very interesting, because then there's no plan at that point. But I'm going to try to play it through to the end if that happens. There's also a chance for the Knights to occasionally not move for some apparent reason. And if the Knights don't move, that's very bad, because I'm forced to go left, and left sluice is very unoptimal. Mustadio's position there is very important, because if he's not positioned there, the Knights can potentially miss him, and so can the Archer. The combined chances are 3%. It has happened, and I had to open the left switch that one time, which was very unpleasant, and it wasted a lot of time. So here we go. 80% teleport. Alright, got it. So now that we have the teleport, my victory should be guaranteed. Because in the recent route changes, we actually use Haste 2. Nobody in their casual playthrough ever uses Haste 2, because it's basically inferior to Haste in terms of JP and in terms of casting time. But with Short Charge, it's very relevant in this case, because it bumps up the Haste spell from a 92% chance to a 100% chance, meaning that the only RNG that is left from the sluice is getting that teleport in. And once that happens, I activate both levers, and we win. So, if you were trying to do this in a glitchless run, because you probably won't have short charge, and you probably won't have like quick, because all those take way too much time to grind for, what you're probably most likely end up doing is just CT3 killing everything on the map and equipping the stadio with an 8 point. And then once everything is dead, you just wait 3 turns and then waltz your way up to the levers. This is much, much slower than this method. So again, that's part of the reason why no one does glitchless. They're not very interesting, and it's a whole lot more grinding. And now we finally have probably the, I would dare say one of the most powerful characters you can get in any Welcome, Count Orlandu, to our team of paltry 2 people. So, Orlandu, aka the Lightning God, or Thunder God, sorry. He can randomly come in with some different variables, which means that there's a chance to get a good Orlandu and a bad Orlandu. A good Orlandu will be level 29, he will be scrollable, and hopefully he will have natural lightning stab. We will have 26, that's very bad. And then the worst Orlandu is he's 26 and he's unscrollable and he doesn't even have Crush Punch. That is the worst Orlandu. Which can happen. I won't know until we open the menu the very next time we decide to do menuing. And the strength of what Orlandu is that kind of will change up what strategies we can use in the final bits of Chapter 4. By the way, I'm going to stop matching a little bit. Check out this next typo. Nobody wants you to be king! The typo that nobody catches.
We have a $5 donation that's anonymous. Dude, I heard some guy who I totally do not know literally say Ven was the best character. So here's some money for that and my pal Adam to have fun. And we have a $10 donation from El Magoose. Hey Tide, I'm glad and impressed with your run. You're doing really great and I'm very happy for you. Kudos. I am sorry about my girlfriend. Apparently, it's hard to let an ex go. Put this towards the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest blindfold run continues incentive. Definitely something you want to see.
Thank you, Almagoose. Your name has been very good luck so far. I assume that if I had gone for Dream Boom, there'll have been some sort of comedy of errors in the works.
Tried.
We tried. We love you, Dream Boom.
Well, streams every 3 months are great.
Yeah, that French internet is amazing. Alright, so I'm not going to open the menu until I get to that next red dot. There's not going to be a battle there. But that means I have to cross 2 green dots first. So first, we're going to save. Then we're going to do a green dot crossing. Alright. Thank you, random encounters.
We have a $10 donation from No Cash, No Cash. No cash here. I demand Nirm and Kobahi to please do the Medio dance. My donation goes towards what Nirm wants only if he does the Medio dance.
Oh my goodness.
Kobahi.
left, so it's all up to me.
It's all up to now.
Yeah, we need you to do the Medio dance with Nirm.
Really, no gosh.
Alright, where's Zargaitis Trade City? There's a cutscene here with a pretty familiar figure if you're used to Final Fantasy VII. But we're not going to do the side quest, so I'm just going to tell her that we're not going to buy flowers. And we're going to make Elmagoose feel bad about himself for not buying a flower. Overall, it doesn't have a lot of impact on the run because we don't backtrack back to Galaga Machine City at any point. So the sidetrack would never even trigger even if you said yes. So
No cloud?
no cloud. No cloud yet. Nobody has routed it.
Chat really wants you to do media.
Now, time for a bit of extra manuing stuff that I have to do. First, I did what's called the duplication glitch. This basically tricks the game into thinking that I have an additional copy of the weapon that I have inside the fitting room. Fitting room's not very well programmed in case that has not been cleared yet. Then I'm gonna buy a bunch of items, mainly to prioritize magic and attack power and the flash hat, which I need for like a single battle. Rams is now gonna remain as a squire, because at this point we have the Excalibur, and the Excalibur is fantastic. I'm not going to re-equip the MP switch, and that will become very evident as to why when we get there. And then I have to re-equip Ramza with all this magic boosting equipment, so he's prioritized for magic primarily. Mandalia was kind of the oddball, but he only needs to flash behind the Angel Ring. Then for Orlando, we're going to prioritize physical attack power, so he gets Twist Headband and the Power Sleeve. More importantly, let's check to see if he's scrollable. He is! Great, he's scrollable, so he's redeemed. And you'll notice that both Ramza and Orlando have 8 speed. With the Excalibur, this makes them both 12 speed, which is very important. Again, 0 resistance CT on Orlando after his turn, which means that Maska will not hit him. And at 8 speed, Ramza's speed with the Excalibur, because it has auto haste, which increases your speed by 50%, means he actually has 12 speed. So he gets his turn in 9 clock ticks. Again, divisible by 3, which means that everything on the field can be hit by something divisible by 3. So let's begin. Another route chapter. This one doesn't really have a lot of plot behind it, just some random dudes wanting to kill our good friend, Usama Goose, because they want the monies.
Haven't they heard the legends of him just blowing up everybody?
Apparently not. That was not included in the Heritage poster.
Oh, okay.
CT3 Flare. Goodbye. There is a very slim chance you lose this battle, but I don't think that's gonna happen. And by very slim, I mean like astronomically slim. Alright, good. Nice potion. Ramza's not going to take any additional map turns because Orlando's going to be a much better option, so we can actually reach the guy. Very chance. I'm not going to math. It's always the risk that I will blow myself up by accident. Alright, he's dead. So yeah, Orlando's kind of powerful, in case that was not evident.
He's a pretty cool guy.
Orlando's pretty cool guy, yes. On to Poescus Lake. This is another battle that doesn't have a lot of plot behind it. Instead, there's a bunch of undead enemies, and they want holy stones because it will get them to a higher power. Don't ask me, that is the translation from the game. So there's different backups for this one as well. It basically depends on which enemies live. The Revenants are usually not going to be an issue. They're probably going to die, because they have no magic evasion. So Ramza's going to open with CT3 Flare again. And then we're going to see which units live. Alright. Orphan's died. That Archer's died. Alright. Let's start. Nice guarded. Yo, that was pretty close, I have to say. So was that. So in the event where the summoner's the only one who lives, Orlando will help us clean house. Alright, Pulaski Lake is done. Then I'm gonna save before going to Limbury. There's a very, very, very slim chance that I could potentially lose. I don't think it will actually happen, but just in case. So the Shrine Knights are not very happy that Dice Dark's not trying to accept their mediation. So our good friend Ruffle, or Raphael, depending on how you want to pronounce it, or Lawfree if you're playing the World Alliance version, Basically tells him, well, very subtly, do you know what happens if you poison somebody with moss fungus? And he very subtly hints at the fact that he knows that Dice Dark is a master of poisons and that he basically murdered his own dad. So yes, in case it wasn't clear, for the umptieth time, Dice Dark is not a good guy, despite the fact that he is your elder brother. Oh, and of course, Zalbag was apparently passing by and he overheard a conversation. So he decided to eavesdrop on the rest of the conversation. And he also learns that his own elder brother is not a good guy. Alright, if Orlando had natural lightning, we would deploy Orlando. But the chances of him even being scrollable and then learning lightning stab at this point is very slim. Because he only has 2 battles and, like, he's not going to have, like, the 200 JP needed. So let's talk about this fight. This is a very annoying fight, because depending on what Ramses' level is, and what the levels of the Apandas are, I could potentially lose a lot of time, which is completely outside my control. The optimal math to use in this case is level Prime Flare, which will hit lead. There's a chance that lead will evade it, but she will charge Ultima for some reason instead of going up to kill you. The problem is, level Prime, if you're 29 or 31, is going to hit Ramza, and unless you want to rely on the 50% dodge on the Aiga shield, you will basically kill yourself, so I have to use level Prime Holy. And the Apandas have randomized levels, so if the Apandas are also Prime levels, then you lose additional time for every additional Holy you have to watch, which really sucks. I've had a run where, like, there were 3 enemies that were also Prime levels, but thankfully I got to use Flare, so my time lost there was not as heavy as it could have been if I had been forced to watch Holy. In this case, it's optimal to only hit lead with Flare, but if you're 29, unless you want to be YOLO, and go for the Flare and hope for the 50% dodge on your Aiga shield, you have to use Holy, and just eat the 6-second loss. No change for Limbury or inside Limbury. The only notable thing about being inside Limbury is that the fight with Elmdor and the 2 assassins, you only need to put Elmdor down to 10%. It's not the usual critical 20. Most bosses, if they will leave when they reach a certain HP threshold, is usually their critical limit, which is 20%. But Elmdor needs to be taken down to 10%, so I have to use Holy. And the optimal math, again, there is level Prime. So if I'm 29 or 31, I have to watch an extra Holy animation, which is unfortunate, because it's basically completely dependent on how many extra math turns you get. So it's really sucks, especially if you haven't gotten a lot of additional map turns, to get penalized for it. By the way, in case we weren't sure that Elmdor was not one of the Zodiac demons, he just had a conversation very naturally with Vormath, who we know is basically a Zodiac demon. So hint hint, Elmdor is not human.
What?
We already knew that because he came back from the dead, but shh, Hydra Shock. So if I don't take Elmdor down to critical in this fight, I will actually insta lose. Because he will Bloodsuck me, and Bloodsuck works like Final Fantasy 6 zombie and Final Fantasy 5 zombie, and counts as it will raise the dead flag, so to speak. No, please don't flare. Alright. So I'm just gonna leave now. And we're on to Zalera. I have no idea what Zodiac, or sorry, what monster he's supposed to represent. I'm also going to save here because there's a very slim chance I could potentially die to Zalera. I'll explain more about that as the battle begins. So, all the Zodiac monsters have represented some sort of animal within the Zodiac trilogy, so to speak. But Zalera, he's supposed to be a Gemini, but he is clearly not a Gemini when he transforms. He looks like a horsefly. So your guess is as good as mine as to what he's actually supposed to be. As for the actual risk, this is actually a very unique fight. Because so far the only other Zodiac fight we've seen with support is Velius, and well, we killed him with the instant double turn, so the support never mattered. But in this case, his support will get a turn, and the way the AI works is, I kind of probably could talk about, is if they realize that they have allies when they hit critical, they will actually run away instead of trying to damage you, because they're going to let their allies take care of the job. So if Orlando gets a crit, and it's a high variance crit, it will actually push Zalera into the critical range, and he will start running away instead of trying to hit Mustadio, and he's going to use Nightmare. And if Nightmare hits Sleep, as we've talked about, Sleep is the deadly status, not Death Sentence. If he hits Sleep on Orlando, it's basically GG, because I have to kill Ramzan off at the very start of this fight. Because if I don't kill Ramzan off at the very start of this fight, there is like a 40-second dialogue between Zalera, Ramza, and Miliadul. What if that damage is enough? He's not level like 30, so... And this will I lose 26, so he doesn't have his P point. Well, we're about to find out. If it's not enough, then reset and use Holy. So Zalera will randomly decide to either Flare 2 or Physical Mustadio. You want him to use a Physical, but either one is fine. This one just makes you lose time. So yeah, even though Miliado was a guest in this battle, don't rely on her to do anything. She's just gonna huddle around the corner. Oh, crit. Alright, Zalera's dead. Now we get to take our long trek back to Egros. Before that, I'm going to recruit Miliado into our party. Despite the fact that she joins after Orlando, and in a casual playthrough you would probably never use her. Miliado has access to sword skills, which is very useful against human targets that are still remaining in the game. So we are going to take her with us, because she can deal comparable damage to map skill when that's relevant. And it's basically kind of having like a second Orlando, who's only effective on humans, but... She also tells us that the Shrine Knights have basically given Dice Dark the Holy Stone, which is basically poor life decisions, because as we already know, Dice Dark is not a very cool guy. And I'm going to do a move option here to trigger the cutscene. Then after that, I'm going to do a menu. So at this point, I no longer need Mustadio, so I'm going to boot him from the party. Then I'm going to equip both Ramza and Orlando with flash hats for the battle with Dice Dark. Also, I'm going to check Orlando's JP, and if he has 200 JP, I'm going to scroll him so he has Lightning Stab and Holy Explosion. So we see several things from this scene. Orvelia, again, still within the castle, but we see Olan here kind of fighting for his life. This is because during an earlier part of the game, basically at Zaltanian Church when they had their little rendezvous, Ramza alluded to the fact that he was seeking Count Orlando, and he basically spoke to Orlando's grandson, or foster son, and they basically were trying to end the war. And Delita realizes that Olan kind of has the knowledge of what's really going on. So he doesn't want Olan to be an enemy. So he's going to try and convince Olan to work for him. But Olan refuses because he realizes Delita's treachery. Delita, in an earlier scene at the Bethel Sluice, basically framed Orlando and faked his death to convince the world that Orlando was actually a traitor and Galtana died because of Orlando. So Olan wants to restore his family name, which is why he refuses to work for Delita. And this scene's kind of cool, because Ophelia, if you pay attention to the noise, she actually opens and closes the door to kind of fake out what the other people up there are expecting. So, we also see the agent that the church sent try to kill Delita at this point. But it's not very clear what really happens, because she's unable to kill him for some bizarre reason. It's not really alluded to why. And then the screen just blacks out, and nobody talks about it. So common fan conjecture is that he cut off her tongue to prevent her from speaking about what actually happened. But your guess is as good as mine. He could just have threatened her with a knife, and she decided not to speak. Who knows? The more interesting cutscene, in my opinion, is this one, which is where Zalbag is walking back towards his father's grave after hearing what Raffle was implying that Dice Dark basically murdered their dad. So he hires a unaffiliated chemist to check out the fungus that is growing out beside from his father's grave. And the chemist confirms that it's moss fungus, so Zalbag knows that his brother is actually a giant jerk. And if you pay attention to the colors of the chemist, it's actually very interesting. Because all the different factions in this game have different color schemes, but in particular, that chemist is a color scheme that is unaffiliated with any other party. So he is actually legitimately a third-party chemist that Zalbag has hired. Alright, time to just menu. Out. Oops. Alright, Ice Wolf, thank you. What is that? Holy Explosion. Okay, good. Then we're gonna do this move trick, so to speak. So, even though there's about a 30% chance of crossing each individual green dot, the chances of doing the long trek back in a single go is actually less risky in terms of running into encounters than crossing each green dot individually. So I'm going to be trying to do this long trek back no matter how many tries it takes. I usually get it within the third or fourth try, but there's a chance it could go on for longer. I also use the move menu command because, as you can see, this trek is very long. So if I was trying to do it by the manual, it would take much longer to complete versus just using the
You'd have to scroll the camera across the map.
Every single time too when it resets because of an encounter. So on to the fight, or rather the story element first at this part. So Ramses sees his brother's chocobo. How? I don't know. Because it looks like any other chocobo. Maybe Zalbag wrote his name on it with a Sharpie. Your guess is as good as mine. But he sees his brother's chocobo and he realizes maybe there's trouble. And he decides to go into the monks and basically investigate. For this fight, it's also a two-parter, like another Zodiac fight that we've already talked about, aka hint hint, Regraph Velius. But Dice Dark and the Zodiac Demon that spawns out of him in this case usually doesn't cause people to have that many problems. I suspect this is mainly because by this point people have Orlando, and Orlando kind of wrecks face. So this is usually pretty much not an issue, despite the fact that he has support and is technically scarier than Velia. this. I place Ramza and Orlando in specific positions, because if Orlando is not scrollable, he has to be placed in that position in order to reach Dice Dog on turn 1. And I place Ramza in that particular position to guarantee that Orlando goes first before Ramza gets his turn. Swipe this up, which is 1 second faster than Slash Sword. And then I'm going to CT3, hold him. Do not use Flare for this battle, by the way, because Dice Dog is fixed with an Igus Shield. Which means if you're trying to use Flare, you're trying to get through his 50% magic evasion. That is hashtag poor life decisions. So, Dice Dog dies, and out spawns the Goat King. Also, all his enemy knights are suddenly gone. For some magic reason. Also, for some reason, he decides to magically send Zelbag to the underworld, but he decides not to do that to our party. Your guess is as good as mine as to what his logic is. I guess he figured that Ramza was not really threatened. Alright, so. Ramza's 30, so. Should be able to get by using Flare. Let's check my age. Should be like 4 or 5. Yep, good. Okay, he's gonna seal Landu, which is perfect. Then he's gonna run away and do a high 5 time. Alright, battle's done. And with that, the Goat King goes down. So yeah, Capricorn and Aries are both kind of like lamb slash goats. Gemini is supposed to be like twins, but for some reason Lamb became a horsefly. I have no idea. No, that's the one thing that I don't really understand. And I mean, like, they keep it relatively consistent, because Hashmalu, who's Leo, is actually a lion, so.
Now Igra's castle is a lovely Orlando Shield statue to go with it.
Yep. Well, just like with Stadius' corpse got washed ashore when we opened Bethel Sluice, Orlando is perfectly fine. So there's another green dot crossing. So I'm gonna save. Orlando's not gonna be 29. So I'm not gonna buy the bracer. Wow, really? Alright.
That's why you save, right?
Thank you, random encounters. I'm not keeping track of how many encounters I've ran into, but I'm sure it's probably higher than 7 at this point. Which is about the average amount if it's 7. I think I ran into about 8 or 9. Decent in-game time now.
It's only because you complained about it.
Yep. Actually, there seems to be a trend in FFT where sometimes if you get into a random battle, you just get stuck into this trend of repeatedly getting into the same random battle 3 or 4 times in a row. It can be very frustrating, especially if you have like a PB on the run, and then you just run into 4 encounters in a row, because that kills 2 minutes. Alright.
I see.
Thank you, FFT, for proving my point.
Getting caught in the infinite.
I believe there was one time Almagoose actually got into something like 15 encounters, which is amazing. Like, that's basically double the average. Really?
Well,
Really?
Claude is giving you some advice, Todd. Just use Elmagoose.
Use Elmagoose. I like to, Claude, but that option's a little away from me right now. Getting stuck in the infinite loop. Alright, save. Then I'm gonna do a menu. I'm gonna set up Millie a little. That's basically what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna check to make sure she has skills, because sometimes she doesn't. Then I'm going to Despot, equip the array, equip the power sleeve, Germanize boots, because she already has 8 speed. And sorry, I forgot something else. Very easy to forget Ramsey needs the Holy Miter back. No Crystal Helm. I actually equipped the Crystal Helm before and never noticed it until the battle required the Holy Miter. Which is very bad, because you lose a lot of time from that. Alright. So again, Miliadil has 8 speed. With Excalibur she has 12, for the exact same reason as Orlandu. This syncs up her speed with Ramza, so that Ramza, when he uses CT3, will not hit them, because they'll all have 100 CT or 0 CT if they've gone ahead of Ramza. So we see some more treachery here. Well, not so much, but basically Vormath revealed his true colors, that he's actually a Zodiac Demon. And he basically tells the church that, okay, well, I was going to follow your plan originally, but now that the kid has all the stones and the scriptures, I don't need you anymore, because the plan's kind of gone. Also, like, the armies aren't surrendering. So the Zodiac Demons kind of want the war to go on for different reasons than why the church wants the war to go on. The Zodiac Demons want the war to go on because with the increased amount of bloodshed from the war, they're hoping to revive their dead god, the Lukavi, basically, Saint Ajora. So they want the war to be prolonged for that reason. But now that they see that their plan is probably not going to work because Rams is killing all of them, and he has the thing that will uproot the church, he decides to play his card and get rid of Funeral.
Heretic use Helmagoose.
Heretic Elmagoose.
Only heretics use Elmagoose.
Goose. Right. So Landu's gonna get the first one because he has the flash shot. He'll have enough residual CT to not get hit by CT3 afterwards. Wow, that's the second time I saw 175. That's really bad. That means that guy's a Taurus, which means he's gonna die. Alright, so that priest up there can also have math skill. But, well, we're not gonna find out what he has in this room. Just kill him. There's a very famous clip of Claude running into the mask of the priest. And then it actually was a mask on. Ooh, nice one. Yeah, 520.
Did you just have Orlandu try to kill these other guys?
Yeah,
Faster?
if Orlandu kills the other guys, it's faster because you skip a holy animation. No, I should be fine. Orlandu re-equips the twist handband for this fight. Alright, we're off. Shouldn't matter too much because Landu's gonna get a turn first. So this is a very misleading objective. The objective it reads is to defeat all enemies or something, but really all you need to do is to put one of them in critical. So I'll give you a hint as to which one we're going to go after. There are 3 Shrine Knights. 2 of them are of a Knight/Heavy Armor class. One of them is a Mage. 3 guesses as to who we're gonna hit. I'll even give you a bigger hint right away. Orlandu's perfectly lined up with him. Also, I love this cutscene because Ramza drops the scriptures, and after he gives away the scriptures, in the very next scene, they're like, well, I think we'll just take the scriptures and leave. And he's all, you deceived me! Even though, you know, like, he's been running into that since pretty much the start of the 4th chapter. It's like he's not expecting it for some reason. Ramza's apparently not a very smart guy. So I have Holy Explosion. Goodbye, Clutchin. So yes, defeat all enemies, or something. Now the next fight is actually kind of scary if you do it wrong. So I'll explain what has to happen. We fight our good brother Zalbag, because he's been sent to the underworld, and now he's been revived as a, I guess a zombie. So what's going to basically happen is, because I don't have level 29 Orlando because he started at 26, I'm going to have to deploy Orlando here and Ramza here. And Ramza's position, again, he has a fixed positioning, but this is to guarantee Orlando goes second. Because I can't get the quick kill without level 29 Orlando. If I had level 29 Orlando, I'll have bought the Bracer, equipped on a melee duel, and you can save 40 seconds on this fight. So, because I can't get the quick kill, I have to isolate Zalbag at the very start of this fight, or as early as I can, because the demons will actually rip me apart if they start getting turns. So in order to do that, Zalbag I think has about 11 speed. We have 12, so he will get the very next turn. And we're going to use the wait command to get enough residual CT so that we can get our turn before the demons get their turn. And after the very first turn, Zalbag will have moved into a position which will isolate him from the rest of the enemies. So from there, Ramza will be able to use a math skill that targets Zalbag, and basically it will only hit him, so it will save time because we won't have to watch one animation. And Orlando will do the cleanup work for us. The reason why you will save 40 seconds if you can get the quick kill on Zalbag is because you get to see this conversation. Because you position Orlando and melee duel such that they'll be able to reach Zalbag turn 1, and then they use their sword skills and kill him right off the bat. Holy. 296. Expensive. So I'm only moving here because I have Holy Explosion. If you don't have Holy Explosion, you actually have to use all your move to reach up the far as you possibly can, and then you stash the swords out there. And with that, that is Grand Church. So we're on to the last 5 battles in the game.
And as a reminder, if you donate $5 for the rest of this run or in the very last stretches, you can earn, or you have a chance to get a copy of this game, the game that is currently being played right now. And the donation incentives for the next game, Tales of Julia, or donation war rather, there is the costume thing. Maids and butlers are still $10 ahead from the swimsuits. And there's also the story choice between Mila and Jude's story. Mila's currently $35 ahead. And those are going to be... I know the story choice is going to be closed immediately once the run starts. Don't know exactly about the costume theme, if that's a rolling incentive or not. But considering that run is going to happen soon, if you want to change any of that, better get your donations in soon.
Okay. finally onto the last stretch of the game. Thank you for no encounters. And basically, Ramza walks into the main hall of the church, and he sees Funeral with a sword sticking out of his back. So before he dies, Funeral tells Ramza where the Shrine Knights have gone, which is at Orbal Monastery, the place where everything began, very fittingly. So, on to UBS number 4. And I'm gonna open with CT3 Holy because at this point, according to Chester, the chances of one rounding this battle with Flare is less than 1%. So, yeah, the decreasing scale of eventually having to go up to the most powerful spell. Enemies basically just have either too much HP, too much magic evasion, or some other combination. See, that knight didn't even die. That was what I was able to do. Wait, is that it? He's dead too. So the priority I'm supposed to go after is to kill the archers and then the monks and then maybe the knights remaining. So there's more than one unit. What we usually do is when we take care of these guys in front, and Ramza takes care of the knights in the back. But there's only one unit left. Again, it's usually faster just to get what I do to do the work for us. Especially if he's scrolled because he has lightning stab, which has very good range. Right, he's dead. Nice crit.
And we have a $10 anonymous donation. Ven is best meme.
Van is best meme. Okay, should be alright. Alright. We finally get to deal with the Shrine Knights that have been troubling us. For this next battle, I can randomly lose time again, because the optimal amount to hit Waffle is just level 3. But if Ramza is either 30 or 33, he will hit himself with his own Holy, and again, that's another 6 to 9 seconds lost. So we will find out very quickly whether or not I will hit myself. I will not. Nice. That kill's pretty exact, by the way. If you're even one MA point short, you won't get the kill on Awful. I learned this the hard way one time when I accidentally mistook the Holy Mitre for the Crystal Helm, because they look kind of similar, and I wasn't paying attention. So, when Ramza handed over the scriptures to Shrine Knights, they were able to find a spell that teleported them to basically, I guess you can say it's the dark world of Ivalice. Basically transports them into more or less hell. It's basically the Barond Death City is what the vanilla version calls it, but the World Alliance basically refers it to as the Necro Hall of Barond, which I believe may have some ties to FF12, because there is a place called the Necro Hall in FF12.
But not these.
Yes, thank you. So they're not the same place, but basically this is the other one. You see a lot of familiar Shrine Knight faces, like Waffle, who we just killed, and is in the corner. So the implication of this scene is that Waffle destroys the entrance, which implies that Ramza is now stuck in the underworld, and he will no no longer be able to return back to normal units. So, I'll talk more about this during the ending, but that's the implication that he's stuck here. And as for the next battle, it's very much not much of a thing to really worry about. We get to deal with that guy we one-shotted back at the Warren Hall. 3 guesses to what will happen to him.
Melee duel solo kill.
We will actually use... You actually use melee duel if Orlando does not... If it wasn't scrolled. Because Orlando actually doesn't kill Clutchin directly, I think, even with Push Punch. But because he's scrolled, he has Holy Explosion, so it doesn't even matter. I really could have just deployed Orlando and saved the couple seconds on deploying Melia. I've seen this ninja have Geomancy several times. Sometimes if he has Geomancy, he will inflict Don't Move. Which, if you don't have a scroll Orlando, might be a bigger issue, but... That is... Oh, nice crit. 624. Beautiful kill. Good old Clutchin. Never change. So Clutchin is something more of a joke for veteran FFT players. This battle is basically come to the point where there's a meme going on called the Koik, referring to come on, it's Clutchin. Alright, I'm just gonna check Melia Duel's equipment, make sure she's probably set up. So, this formation is very specific. Do not mess this up, because this battle, Lost Sacred Precincts, has the distinction of actually being one of the battles that can kill you even with Orlando after you have him in your party.
Bulk, right?
Yeah, this is Bulk the second.
Ugh.
There are Tiamats and Hydras in this fight, which are extremely strong monsters. So, there's also that Chemist who can revive them and heal Bulk. So this is a very unpleasant fight, normally. This formation, as I mentioned before, is very specific. It's going to lure Bulk into a specific spot. Earlier I bought that Ice Shield, which you might have been wondering what it's used for. Well, Ice Shield has a lightning weakness, and because the AI will prioritize kills, it will always cause Bulk to kill Melia Duel and step into that particular square. So now I have free reign of basically being able to hit him with Orlando after using Math Skill, and then he dies. I move Ramsey there because it stops dialogue from happening. Rip. So that is LSP.
We have a $5 donation from Corey166. Thanks for playing fast and supporting a great charity. And a $5 anonymous donation. Love tactics, love the run. Thanks for the entertainment.
Well, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. Alright, on to Hashmaloo. Good old Hashmaloo. Let's see. Alright. Ramses' position in this fight, again, is fixed. But we don't actually have to move him because the turn order is actually perfect the way we want it to. At the very start of this fight, Hashmaloo will walk forward and lock Meteor onto Melia Duel. So, because he's locked the Meteor onto her, what we're actually going to do is we're going to redirect the Meteor onto his face. So he's going to eat his own Meteor as a result. So it's very subtly hinted here that the Zodiac Demon's goals for starting the war, or for being taking part in the war, is because they wanted blood. So Ramza tells Formav that he should give up because whatever he's planning isn't working. But Formav tells him, no, it just needs more blood. So he's like, alright, I'm gonna kill you guys and revive my god. So he transforms into a giant lion.
You wonder which zodiac he could be.
Yeah, well, you never know. Apparently a giant horsefly is associated with the Gemini zodiac. The regulator. I believe he's called the adjudicator in the Warlines version. Alright. CT point holy. By the way, it's possible to get a max variation critical here, and you completely skip the meteor. I've seen it once. Alright, meteor redirect. And he eats his meteor and it dies. So now that he realizes that he can't win this fight, he still wants to revive his god. So Hashman commits seppuku. Quite literally.
He wants more blood, but then he explodes.
Yeah. Well, he spilled his own blood. You saw the little red pixels.
I'm curious
It's
why.
quality over quantity.
Yeah.
I'm just curious why that aura ball, or I mean, a sphere didn't roll down the side of the ship there. Like it's stuck to the side of it.
It's a magic sphere, man.
I mean, the stone, it's still a stone, it's round.
Yeah, but come on, these spheres summon giant space goats. How much realism?
Some
can
very
there
rotten wood.
How much realism can there possibly be?
I don't care if it gets summoned a god of death. It still has physics. It's supposed to roll.
Alright, last save point.
Well, it could just be sticky.
It's all the
let's
blood.
finish this off.
Friction, I don't know.
So I'm gonna set Ramsel up for a optimized speed setting. So now he has +3 speed. Speed is a little more important in this fight than magic attack power. I don't have to deploy Melia Duel. I'm gonna have to deploy Orlando. So
This is probably my favorite fight theme in the game.
there's lots of good themes, but the only downside of doing a speedrun in this game is that a lot of the really good tracks, like Trisection and Anti-Paretic, they like don't even get to play a full line or full course because you end the battles off so quickly. So on to Ultima. Let's talk a little bit about what's going to happen with Ultima. So Ultima 1 only has about 1,200 hit points. So Ramza is going to open with Holy, and then Orlando will use a sword skill. Then Ramza will finish Ultima off with Demi, because at that point, Ultima will have sustained about 800 damage, and Demi will always deal 25% of a target's max HP. Which means that in this game, Demi can actually kill you if you have less than 25% of the max HP. So because Ultima has about 1,200 damage, 25% of that is going to be about 300. So after sustaining about 800 plus points of damage, the Demi will always kill. Then we move on to Form 2. Form 2, well, I won't spoil it, but we'll see what happens. But as a hint, it involves using Demi. Which
Thanks for the spoiler.
I'm sure you already know kind of what's going to happen. There is a mystery element, but not much of a mystery. So behold the logic of Ramza being. That's fine. Also, it's very important that Orlando only moves 3 squares here, otherwise he'll be in range of Grand Cross on Form 2. And that costs like 14 seconds. Again, I've made this mistake. Alright. Rams Bayou came all the way to hell to save his sister, and is now going to kill his sister. By Elmer. Alright, so that's Form 1. Then we get to Form 2. So, Ultima 2 can have anywhere, I believe, 3200 HP to 3500 HP. Possibly more. But, actually no, I don't think she can have 35. I believe 32 might be new cap. So that's a lot of HP in FFT actually. But, well.
So when is time close to it?
Demi, because Demi always does 25%.
Times when he kills this.
Well, let's just say that her huge HP doesn't mean that much. So Ultima is also vulnerable to don't move. So I basically don't move her, freeze her in spot, and then I just throw 4 Demis onto her. So this is the second one. So I move Orlando back as well, because he doesn't deal anywhere close to the amount of damage I'm doing to Demi. Alright, get ready for time. Time.
It says 4:26:59, but it started.
Yeah, well, I let the FMV run for a little bit, so I'll consider that. I basically lost the majority of the time on the Mandalia fight. That was
Demi 2 work on
Demi 2 does, but the chances are lower than Demi 1. So because Ultima always has about 3,000 something HP, such that it's so close to the cap. Dealing 999 damage, which is the cap, doesn't basically accelerate the kill, so Demi 2 is not worth using on the second form ever. You might consider using Demi 2 on the first form in order to save some time if you wanted to basically go extremely risky. Again, the demons are very scary if they get turns. So the way the risky strat works is instead of opening with Holy, you actually open with Demi 2, and then on your second turn you use Demi 2 again. And you don't bother
Farlam.
Garland.
and you actually don't end up deploying Orlando. And if you get both Demi 2s to connect, which is about a 52% chance, then it saves 20 something seconds. So it's not worth really going for unless you need it to PB. Alright, there's an epilogue scene after this. I don't know if we have the time to watch it.
What do you guys think?
How are we good for the schedule?
A little bit behind.
We do have a $5 donation from Church and Sarge. Farlam.
Farlam.
It's either or.
Well, which Zillia story is winning? Just because I know that affects the.
That is the short.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do a refresh real quick on that.
Alright.
Oh boy. The well, the stories are the same. But the costume, we have a tie. We have a tie between swimsuits and maids and butlers.
So I'd say if it's the shorter one, then I'm not opposed to.
I can talk about the epilogue if we have time.
Yeah. Well, let's just go ahead and do it. If we're, if we can go, if we're just gonna go ahead and cut off the Zillia story. Sure.
Alright.
People want to snipe, they can snipe the costume.
Yeah.
Snipe it now.
Alright,
Forever
so
hold the peace.
at the very end of this story, as we saw, Ramza and Alma were riding off in the distance, but because it was implied, according to Raffle, that he was trapped inside the underworld, you're basically supposed to left wondering how they left the underworld, so Olan, you think, might be having hallucinations, because it's revealed here that they were never seen again. So Olan basically wrote his experiences during the course of this period into what's called the Dure Papers, which is what is being read by Alazam Dure, the narrator of the entire story. And basically, Olan Dure is killed by being burned at the stake because he wrote papers that the church deemed were blasphemous. So, at the very end of the story, basically every single major character has died. With the possibility of Ramza and Alma still maybe being alive, if you believe that. But there is a good chance of them being alive, because one of the things you can think about is, if Ramza and Alma were both supposed to be dead, then you have to wonder how Olan basically wrote the latter half of his experiences, which Alazam Dure is reading, because he would not have found out anything about Dystard or anything about the church battles or anything about traveling through the underworld afterwards. So basically you can imagine he possibly made all that up, but we don't know. So, and I believe it's been confirmed with the directors of the game that Alma and Ramza are actually both supposed to be alive at the very end of the story.
That was fairly recently too.
Yeah.
Wasn't it via I forget his name, but the director's Twitter.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are hints, but you can believe they're dead if you want to, but
I'd like to believe that they're dead, because I did watch you cast Demi on your sister.
yeah. Ramza Bayu, the logical genius, goes all the way to the underworld to save his sister, then proceeds to kill his sister. So, a very, very smart man.
With very, very cold logic.
Yep.
I'm just trying to use logic here
It
myself.
aligns with the stars, and the math tells me to do it.
Yeah, this is
So,
a very excellent method.
That's what he does. So that is basically the story of FF10. It's basically revealed at the very end that, you know, Ramza was deemed a heretic, but he was really the real hero of the story, because while there was all this turmoil with demons and everything else, he was the one who kind of put a stop to it, despite the fact that he basically gets nothing out of the end of the story. And it's a very thematic theme of the entire hero story arc, if you're familiar with that in English literature. So basically, Ramza kind of starts off at the very top of the wheel, and then at the very end of the story, he basically has nothing, but in having nothing, he has something, so to speak. He basically, you know, fights for what is right, and even though he basically doesn't get any fame, any fortune, he's satisfied with what he says because he's stuck true to what he believed to be right. And we're gonna find out from the epilogue cutscene that Delita is basically traveling on the opposite end of the wheel. So he started off as a commoner, and when we last left him, he's actually married Princess Ophelia and became king. So he's traveled the opposite end of basically going from being a pauper to being of nobility. And it's implied that Delita, at the very end of the epilogue cutscene, actually ended up leading a very prosperous rule. But that's the extent of what we know about Delita. We don't find much else about what happens during the epilogue, which will be revealed once the soundtrack finishes playing. Fun fact, my Blockbuster disc usually ends up freezing during the ending for some reason, so I used to have an ending split. So, because for whatever reason, and I usually end up losing like 30, sometimes 15 seconds on the ending split for no apparent reason, just because the disc couldn't read. And the Claude was telling me that he was like, I don't understand why you have that, and he has a point, because you can't compare the JP version of this game with the NA version of this game, because the run's completely different. There's actually an additional glitch in the JP version called the first shot glitch, which if you basically load up the tutorial battle in the game and then you do a soft reset, it actually tricks the game into giving you 99 of every item in the game in the first shop. which allows you to do some very neat strategies that you can't in the NA version, because that trick's not possible. Also, the job level requirements are a bit more different to open different classes, so you can't cross-compare the two. So adding the ending split to my splits was basically a meaningless split. It was basically, this is the ending, this is how much time it is. But even then, it wasn't meaningful because I was losing time because of my disc.
Alright.
Have we been sniped?
Yeah, there's been some sniping going on. Currently, Maids and Butlers is winning.
Last minute sniping, guys.
But the story looks like it hasn't changed. I just did a refresh. Yeah.
Alright, I did it through it. Beat the game without having to look at this.
Oh, nice.
Goal attained.
I've always kind of thought of this ending as being that Rams kind of lives happily ever after in obscurity with Alma, and then Delita becomes king, but is all alone.
Yeah. It's not actually very much revealed about what happens to Alma and Ramza, but you can kind of get the implication that at the very least they probably went into hiding because Rams is still a heretic, so people will have wanted to hunt him down. So more likely he left with his sister and they were never seen again for that reason. But you can still go with the theory that Olan was basically hallucinating and then made up the last chapters of the During Report.
So that's the FFT equivalent of the Sprawls Down theory.
Yeah. It's well, it has a bit more basis because it's not fully resolved. Like the game doesn't say, you know, they left in obscurity because of this particular reason, but you can get the implication that it's what happened. Alright, so this is the epilogue scene that we were waiting for. So, you get to see a glimpse of what has happened, and this is why I refer to Delita kind of going on the opposite end of the hero cycle, so to speak. So, remember back in Zeltania Church that Delita declares that he had another reason for doing what he did because he loved Ophelia. So, in this cutscene, he rides on a chocobo, and he actually has a bunch of flowers in his hand. So he wants to surprise her. But, surprise! She stabs him with a knife. You use everybody. You even use Almagus.
Willigen, you are a genius.
I've never even seen the text in this game. What can I say?
Accidental genius.
Sometimes you just hit a home run without trying.
Now is every hero dead?
And, well, Delita doesn't die because they talk about how he has a prosperous rule after this. But, again, he stabs Ophelia, and obviously, even if she lives, the implication is that she doesn't love him. So he actually ends up with nothing, which is why he asks Ramza what he got.
He lost his best friend Ramza, and he lost.
And he lost
so
the person he loved.
In the end
So he has nothing, even though he's a king. But Ramza, you know, he's a heretic, and he basically got nothing. Still has nobility, and basically the values he fought for. So that is FFT. Thank you for everybody for watching this. It was a pleasure to run this game at this marathon. So I thank you. Alright, and here's the disc that we were playing on. That will be given out as a raffle draw.
Indeed, if you donated $5 or more at any time during this run, I mean, you could.
Not all of these things.
You will not all win.
Not all.
So we had a few donations come in during the final cutscenes there. We had Matrix Rand donate $20, saying Matrix cast snipe. We have a $10 donation by Anonymous. By doing this, I tie the swimsuits and maids and butlers. Let the chaos commerce. check.
No, don't.
Well, there's one more. And we have a $10 donation by Dark Holy Elf. This donation is for Tide's awesome commentary and for his unironic use of Haste 2. And with that, we will be going to a commercial break.
Just want to move the PSD out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Move his 2. Yeah. You should be able to put it just right there.
Are these essentials? Yeah, I'll take it out of the way.
You know, the chillers.
So, hey, they said that the top is going to be rolling incentive for the rest of the way, so don't end it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we've closed it yet, so.
Okay.
You can close them even you.
Shit.
You closed it already?
Yeah.
And Mila did
I actually tapped the mic right here.
Is this NERMS?
Almost like that's
You adjusted.
Is this NERMS? Or?
Yes.
Okay, then I know I'm good on it.
Yeah.
Alright, we got enough room for everyone here?
Yeah, should be just
Last two.
should be good enough.
Still open.
Okay, good. We'll keep that open.
Yeah, we get comfy, right?
I need to figure out where everything is.
Ooh, alright.
Alright.
Alright, let's see what chat says.
Alright.
Chat's
No
test.
phones in the.
Yeah, you better not just TV
T-ball.
like during with the
like
run.
in the run talking.
Just just like really.
Oh my god, that DSS Miku emote is just an abomination.
So man, I'm so salty that I got replaced DSS and Amy. I actually like DSS and Amy.
She's taking a vacation right now.
She always does take a vacation every once in a while,
So yeah, just.
and then she, immediately goes back to chasing.
Yeah, it says co-op, but it's actually 4-player co-op. So
Yeah, that's a big thing. It's just
Sounds
the
good.
fact that it's yes, Tipo.
yes, guys, we have you on here. So you came in here expecting a serious run. We're sorry. Came here to have fun. Well, enjoy.
You're in the right place.
We're here to entertain for about 4 hours at midnight.
Fired up.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Alright, you need to plug in blast. Alright, just
Let me.
wire controllers are annoying.
I can't do it.
I got it.
Yeah, it put me in player 3.
I can't do it until we actually get to the game. Can't
Alright,
change.
you guys all turned on?
No, we're not ready yet.
No, I'm talking to the other controllers. I need
Yeah,
you to
we got
overplay.
player. I got player 3. He's got player 2. We got
2, 3 done.
I'm one, we're good.
2. You're player 1.
3.
Okay, that makes you 4.
Yep.
Is it on?
Alright, so we're gonna see Ghoul in about half an hour.
That should be a private assigned door straight from our kitchen.
You guys all turned on. Come on, cool.
That way for Google.
Banner is the grand.
Are you turned on, Tipo?
Oh no, it's PG-13, man.
No, I mean literally.
That's what he does.
It is
Okay,
late
we can
night.
turn that down then.
Yeah, the middle knob on the speakers.
Yeah. Yeah,
A
it
little bit
doesn't
louder than
mean.
that. Here, that's not a good thing to judge.
Especially for the players
Because
stuck as
everything else is
killer.
quieter.
Well then,
This is going to be
Well, you
interesting.
guys can mess with it, because it's the middle knob.
Yeah.
we don't really need audio for the most part.
Yeah, don't go too
I
loud.
like it for dodging.
It's useful, but we don't need it.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be super loud.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be loud. If we can hear it, we're good.
That should be fine.
What's the storyline right now?
The storyline will be Mila.
Alright.
Alright, good.
Alright, so we got inverted camera
I
controls.
mean,
You're going to get used to them.
I'm the one. Yeah, you'll be
I have to use it a little
a little
bit.
bit. You'll be fine.
Yeah, it only trolled me if Elgana mines.
Alright.
Look sexy to me.
Do I do roll call first?
Ready to go?
Well, wait, guys.
I'll-
Give me a second to start everything
It's
up.
not ready yet, so.
And tell everyone.
I'll talk about the game a little first.
I thought-
The other stuff is going. They'll
Okay.
cover
Well, I would say welcome back to RPG Limit Break, but I guess it wasn't muted. Well, welcome back to RPG Limit Break. We are moving on to Tales of Zillia now, co-op. Lots of people, and they're all going to be playing, including Tipo over there at the end.
People definitely be playing.
People need the MVP. It's okay.
Real quick, I would just like to know the Mila story is the one that's going to be run today. That one won with $40 compared to 10 or $45 compared to Jude's story, which had 10. And we decided, maybe a little bit more fun, that we're going to turn the costume theme into a rolling incentive, which means whatever is winning at any time will be the costumes that are being worn, and they will be forced to change it based on your whims.
Expect to be changing this multiple times throughout.
Vote idols, please. They can catch up. I don't know.
Idols could catch up. They
Right.
got a while to go.
Right now, the leader is Maids and Butlers with 116, and Swimsuit close behind with 110. So anytime a donation comes in,
Let the war begin.
Yes. Please.
right at the end, we had a $25 donation by Matrix Arian. The extra snipe for great snippiness. That was, at the time, it was brilliant, but that was for Maids and Butlers. And we had a $25 anonymous for the swimsuits. So Maids and Butlers is currently in the lead.
Okay.
So if we would, so if we could go ahead and get a roll call.
Right.
I am Freda.
I'm Ozzy.
I'm PX.
I am Ghoul02.
I'm Nitrodon.
I'm Tide.
And I am High Spirits, your host for tonight.
And we're ready to go.
Yeah, ready when you guys are.
Yeah.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.